Hello, YouTube audience. Hi. Let's get straight into it. Let's jump into it because I've got a lot to get through and I want to try and get to as many as I can. So we've got Cote's. Hi Eric, I'm working on some little projects to improve technique and wanted a feedback post World Model Expo to see on pick what can clearly be better for next projects. Thank you for your time and for your accessibility. You're welcome. Hey, quick question for you guys. Can you hear the 3D printer? No? That's probably the AC, actually. You might be hearing the air conditioning. I just bought my very first Warhammer Combat Patrol set. Gonna use your painting skills to learn a lot. Well, thank you. I have quite a few videos on the YouTubes that you can go back and watch. So, all right. So we got this one. Let's jump in. Photo. Hi, Dave. Oh, you guys don't know. Okay. It's not new. It's new old. It's Dave's old printer he gave to me. So I'm printing off some bus for Nova, actually, for Nova classes. All right. So what do we think? I like it. It's cool. I like the color scheme. I like the kind of patterning and stuff. I'd generally say I'd like the bamboo. I'm not super sold on it. This is where I get a little weird about scale. Trust me, dude, I intake plenty of carcinogens, jam. But I would like to get a better ventilation. Yeah, I like it. So here's a question on scale, right? Like, real quick, like how tall is this dinosaur man supposed to be? Because right now the bamboo feels like it's in scale for a human, right? But is this dinosaur supposed to be like 20 feet tall or something, you know? Or is he supposed to be human-sized? All right, I always have difficulty with some of this stuff where it's like, you can tell a story. Right now, it would tell me that he's human-sized. So I always have kind of the question of like, you can use the elements in the scene to help you portray the scale that you're trying to sell. And right now he feels a little small, right? The other thing I would say is, the other thing that really stands out to me is like, this is boring. Like, there's plants growing here, right? And I like the plants like off to the side, like this little bit, but there's just nothing going on down here. And I think you could have added some more foreground elements to make this scene a little more interesting. And there is stuff like, I like the idea of using the bamboo as like an element for the haft of the hammer here. I think that's pretty neat. But that again further kind of like portrays this scale of like this guy's human size. I guess with the snakes and stuff too, they also kind of sell that fact. So maybe combined with the snakes and stuff, I don't really have a problem with the background, but it's an idea for people that I'm trying to get across, is that you can portray different scales, even though they're all 75 millimeter miniatures, by what scale basing you use, right? So if you use 35 millimeter scale plants with a 75 millimeter scale model, it's going to like double the size of the guy, right? So like if you stood a Warhammer figure in this scene, he would be this tall, you know? Hey. So you can play with the scale that way. Let's get into the painting. So the like I said, the first thing I would do is I would definitely consider adding like more vegetation down here, right? Just like more leaves and stuff, something to make this more interesting on this portion of the base, like you know, something that would fill this area in. The next thing that really stands out to me is the skin and gold feel very similar. So a thing I would consider here is maybe shifting the skin a little bit. So something like you have it as this kind of like this slightly warm tan yellow. If we change it and like reuse the green a little bit here, so if we shifted this more greenish, we could still get that kind of yellow feeling, but it would put him into like a different, it would at least like, one, it can help reuse those colors, but it can also help make it more clear of the like separation between the gold in him. And then even then I think like I would consider making this like a more desaturated green gray than this, so it'd be like something like more like this, right? So that, I mean, it's maybe hard to see the difference, but you can see the difference more here. Right, so when we switch it on and off. And then the next thing I would do is I would take and your gold, I would try and add some, like, it's very desaturated, so I would try and add some like more of this like warmer color to it in some areas, and try and like punch up the saturation on the gold a little bit. Okay, so that's going to help that separate that more, right? So you can see the sort of difference here between like this and this. So the two things combined, right? Now here they look really, really similar, right? So it's like by desaturating that and then saturating that more, we can create more element separation between the two. Okay? And then yeah, I would do it in these sort of areas also, right? The next thing is you're probably overdoing some of this. So there's a lot of little micro volumes and stuff on his head. I think when you do this patterning, there can be a tendency to kind of overdo some of the highlights on the patterning, and what ends up happening is you lose a little bit of the like color feeling that you want. So I would actually come back with like a brighter color, right? Instead of shifting this like all the way to this like sunny skin tone, I would kind of reduce this a little bit and just go with a more like neutral sort of saturated pinky color, right? It's going to make your patterning more readable because there's just less noise in it. Right. Yes, it's going to reduce some of the contrast on it, but it's going to help the contrast between the blue better. All right, so you should be able to see now that like the shapes here of the like pink splotches, right? The pink pattern reads a little better with the more solid color. And then I would consider maybe like bringing some of that onto his arms and stuff. Like it's a little weird that it just shows up on his head, so maybe it shows up a little bit as it works its way down his arms. It doesn't have to be as heavy as it is on the like main part, but it helps continue that motif. What's the model? I don't remember who makes this model. Is it Scale 75 or Black Sun or something? I don't know. Okay. Oh, Zeradia. That makes sense. Then another one is here. We can take a more solid brownish color and maybe add a little bit more tone to the horns a little bit. Like you want this, that's not the layer I want, but you can add like a little more color transition here. I feel like this color transition's a little too sharp, right? It's like it ends very quick. So we can kind of work that into the bone a little bit softer so the transition doesn't happen quite as fast. Okay. So I think those things would definitely help. Now, this, I don't know. So you have this very warm base, right? And the question is, so here's a question for you guys. Are the lights getting warmer or colder generally on the model? Do they shift from cool shadows to warm lights or the other way around? Yeah, they get warm. Okay. But what about the base? Is here, so this is my shadow color. Right? So we have something like this for the shadow. And then look what sort of tone we have for the lights. Right? So the base gets cooler, right? Because we're using white or something. So you could see here, right? So we went from red to a slightly more pinkish color, where we should be going a little more orange. Okay. So on the lights of the rocks, we should shift a little more warm toned in the lights in order to like maintain that ambience, right? Okay, and then we can even take and maybe desaturate a little bit here in the shadows, so the shadows are slightly more desaturated red in order to play up that warm cold effect, you know? Also, rocks tend to have like quite a bit of coloration to them, so you can really goof around with some of the color here. We can even like add some bits of yellow and stuff to the rocks in order to create like more color variance, you know? Even some greenish little splashes of, you know, green and whatnot. But okay, so that's, I think that would those things would help. All right. I hope that was helpful. Let's move on to the next one. Scrolling up. Sable Corgi. Sample pair of my work in progress squadron tree. Most interested in feedback on the bandage rat on the left. Interested your thoughts on what colors should the horn growths plus metal sensor be, and whether the colors on the robes work as a more vibrant than reality style choice. And of course, what your top improvements would be. Thanks in advance. Okay. It's doing the annoying thing where it won't let me save the image, so that's very fun. We'll save a couple of them in a row just so I have them. So we got the rats, we got Jiren, working on a Black Templar, Fail, Tim, and Vigor Mortis. We look at the, no, I guess not. And Sophie. All right, so we got a few in a row now that we can look at, but I'll go back and read their messages. So, the rats. So, the first thing I'm going to say is the like definition here is really good. Okay? So, like these dark lines and stuff on the bandages look great. You maybe got a little dark in some spots, but I think it works. Yeah, I mean, just overall, like, yeah, color definition wise, I think it's going super well. There's definitely things that could be smoother and whatnot, but I think it does read quite well. I would say I think this is maybe a little saturated. I think I would tone it down just a touch, and then also try and blend this out just a little bit, right? Like the bright green kind of works, but it is a touch, like it is a touch strong at the moment, in my opinion. So I think even just toning it down just that much could help. I would do something here about the bone to try and separate that a little better. What did you want, like specific color choice stuff on? I hate that it does this. It's so annoying that it really annoys me that it resets where I am every time. What color should the horns growth? Oh, so he was asking. Yeah. Well, the sensor should just be red, or not red. Metal. If you're asking what color the flames inside of it should be, that's up to you, man. Like, that's not. I will tell you guys, like, I do not like giving. I don't like telling people what color they should paint something. You know, like I can present you with options, and you can make that decision for yourself. And I think there's kind of two options here that would make the most sense. You could stay in the green color palette and go for something like really like neon freaking green like this, if you're asking like what should the glow be inside, and go with that like Skaven, Skaven whatever glow that they do. And I think you could play with that. Or your other option is to do like fire orange, and just go with that and have something like this, right? But that's your choice, not mine to make, right? I think either would work. It's just up to you what sort of feeling you want to have with it. Okay? In terms of the horns, just alter them a little bit. Like, you just need to shift the color in some direction, right? So either you can make you could do them like a darker value or something, like a more brown or whatever. But you don't need to really change the color so much as you just need to like alter the value so that it's clearly like a different thing, Even something like that, like now makes them read a little different, or you could go with like a more slightly greenish gray here. You could do something like this. Right, it's just like creates a differentiation. You could even go with like a black. Right, you could go with like a warm gray black sort of thing like this. And then give them some sort of highlight. But there is options there, right? Yeah, it's cool though. Like, I like where it's going, Yeah, all that, like, this looks awesome. Like, keep going with that. The texture here works really well. And I would just say keep it up, Smoke could definitely be smoother also. Like, we could soften this stuff out a little. Don't go too bright with it. You want to leave some of that gray shadow, Especially if you then plan to put some sort of glow inside of it. You want to, like, that glow is going to come up the part here. So you want to keep this kind of dark so that you can do the scattering light inside of the smoke, But yeah, it's going good, man. I like it. Very nice. Keep going. I'd like to see a little bit more of this, the like pinky magenta tones also. Like, I see you put a little bit in the ear here. Maybe like try and give him that little pink nose and stuff. I think we can maybe get like a little bit more on the mouth. So there's a couple places where you can play with this slight magenta color, like on the knuckles and stuff also, to get the more rat feeling, right? Okay. Thanks, Discord. I appreciate that. I love it when you do that. It's just my favorite. Anybody know if there's a setting to stop that? Lord Marshall Swenson. He's an... Okay. He just wants general feedback. It's looking good to me. I like the coloration on the armor here. I think where you're missing something is you need to figure out a way to separate the black carapace part. Okay, so you have the black carapace as like the cabling and stuff, right, is a separate tone, and we need to somehow figure out a way to, because when everything is so black like this, like, we need to give this at least like some sort of underlying tone in order to make it feel a little bit different in a way, right? So even if it's just like shifting it a little more bluish, and then we kind of like go through a slightly bluish mid-tone, right? And then we can come to the same sort of more neutral gray highlight, right? Like that subtle, very subtle color difference in the two blacks will help distinguish those. Okay. Obviously there's still a bunch more work to do. Don't lose too much of the saturation here in the red. It's very easy when you're like highlighting red to kind of overdo it, and you lose sort of the color here. So I would come back with like a more solid red and try and like get the color back into this, you know? Because you have, don't, like I said, just don't overdo it, right? It's like you try and push and then it just becomes pink, right? So try and get some of that color back in there, and even maybe darken it down a little bit in some spots. All right, so just like, and by dark I mean like a deep red, you know? Something like gory red or whatever, like reintroduce some really saturated deep reds back into here. Because everything starts to just turn real gray. This is bad. Fix this. You should have the red on the side here. And then there should be some sort of line work separating this ribbon from the other ribbon. But in terms of like volumes and stuff on the actual armor, I think it's going really well. Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of work left to do. Even the eyes here could be like, feel like you're losing a bit of color, right? And when you're dealing with a model that's like 90% black, like we need to find some places to splash that color in, right? Yeah. I think also the chest you could lighten just a bit. I think just in like across the whole sort of chest. It's fine going darker on this sort of fabric lower on the figure, right? Where it's like getting dirty and it's lower on the figure where it's not as interesting. But I would definitely like punch the light, the overall light on the tabard here, especially if you plan to do some sort of freehand or something on it, right? Because at the moment it was very, very dark, and this will help push just a little bit more light and focus upwards, right? I hope you can sort of see the focus more that way, right? And it still feels like the same color as the lower part of the robe. It's just, in general, a little darker, right? Or a little brighter. But yeah, cool. I don't have much more to say because you still have a ton of details to do, but yep. That's the main stuff I see. Not seeing so much in terms of like the actual rendering on the armor. That stuff all looks pretty good to me. Okay. Oh, look, it jumped again. Thanks. Why do you guys wait until like the last... Wait until I start streaming to post your pictures? Alright, Phil. Hi Eric, this piece originated inspired by Rebecca Goy's art for the Bitter Blossom MTG card. Oh, okay. Looking for general feedback on how to make the small OSL work better. Something is not right with the ones in her hand. Finally, any guidance on what category this would fit best at SMC, bit torn between painting, storytelling, and open. Well, open is like, did you do it your, like... I don't think it fits in open. I don't think it's quite the category for open, so I would either pick storytelling or painting, and I would probably just go painting. All right. The glow. Okay, so glow. All right. The glow in her hand. She has a light on her hand. Is the light of her hand lighter or darker than the rest of her skin? Good evening, Sinjin. Yeah, it's darker, right? So we've got to push that light. So the actual thing making the OSL light can only make things brighter, all right? This is very important. So you can only go up in value. Okay? So these things, this should be like as bright as possible. And then these things like here, like this needs to be significantly brighter. And remember that OSL in general, like the light, this is a small object, so as you get further away, that light is going to get significantly weaker. All right. So things literally like right next to it are going to be much stronger, and then that light quickly falls off and loses its intensity. So now you should be able to see that it's sort of matching what you've got going on like in these parts, right? Like just in black and white. Okay? And then when we turn off the black and gray, now you can see that it's like, it actually looks like it's glowing in her hand. Okay? So you got to push that light. Then it doesn't make sense to have purple on the back because the light's not going to wrap around her arm, you know, so you should be using the same sort of shadow colors here, or you should even be considering adding like a little bit of blue to the back side of her arm because the light would bounce off of the fabric and create this sort of like this blue grayish reflection on her skin, you know. Now, what do we think about the actual background? Okay. Can you guys, when we thumbnail this, right? So we take what is super clear in this? Like, and if we talk in terms of silhouettes, okay? What's like really obvious? I would say the like the trees, right? Would you consider most light sources are spherical? No. I mean, it depends on the directionality of the light source. Like a flame is going to be generally spherical, but like, I mean, if it's like a street lamp or something, they have reflectors to, you know, or like a lantern that has a top and bottom, it's going to be more like a lighthouse, right? Where it's like a big conical light that goes all the way around. So it depends on what is containing the light source, I guess. Yeah, trees are more readable. She's not standing out from the background. She is not silhouetted against the background at all. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to now fix that. So we're going to take like the dark blue here, and we're going to bring this stuff down. All right, I'm going to move this layer up. No, not this layer. Okay. What? I'm painting on the same thing. Okay, so we need to silhouette this stuff somehow, which might mean darkening some areas some more in order to create separation from the background. All right. So it's still blue and it's got some light, but now you can see that it's like it stands out against, it silhouettes against the background. Can you guys see the difference between this and this? Right? So this and this. Okay, and that means the same thing with her. So can we make her stand out more? And if we do, how do we do that? There's sort of two ways. We can either punch up the light behind her so that she's more silhouetted against a light, right? So this light is even more clear and she silhouettes. Something like that. Or the other option is to go the other way, where we bring this down. Oops. But I think with the black hair, I think with the black hair, it's probably better to do this, right? So we punch this up and then we can make more light kind of behind this also, right? I mean, not that much, but we need to somehow separate her. Okay? So you should see her silhouette is a little more clear now. This is going to be very difficult because I understand that this is like hard because a lot of times we don't really... One, it's the interaction between figures and backgrounds is like not something I feel like is thought about or even talked about very much. So yeah, I kind of get that like this is not exactly the yeah, and it's just not something that we see. Then I would consider also like when we're talking about the reflections here, I would probably try and punch up some of the values on her face that are facing the light source, right? So instead of on like the front of her nose, we're going to have more lights sort of here, right? The side of her face. The skin is very just kind of flat at the moment also, so I would do something with this, okay? So that's a bit of an extreme what I did, but you should be able to see like there's much more focus like here. And there's like way harder, more high contrast, so there's more of a silhouette. For Discord, you can try turning on load last read message and reduced motion. Oh, okay. Thank you, Cypher. I will look into that. Yeah, so we can play around with some of the light on her to try and create a little more contrast here and make these things more readable, right? And then you reduce contrast elsewhere. Okay, so most of the details should be like kind of focused around her face and probably these plants, which actually the plants are pretty highly detailed at the moment, but I think she's a little flat at the moment. Okay? Yeah, it's like trying to jump to new messages, and I don't want it to do that, so. But I don't want to sit here and futz with settings right now, so I will go back and look. All right, Vigor Mortis. Hey, Eric, happy to join the community. Would love some comments and feedback on the bust I painted. Okay. Good night, Jam Jam, by the way. Not bad, not bad. I think the big thing that's standing out for me right now is just the arm. I assume you're going for some sort of OSL effect, but it's all just kind of the same, right? So similar to what we just talked about here, like you need to make the actual thing that's creating the glow brighter, and then your fall off is too even, right? And then the other thing with OSL is like, why is you have to consider light sources here. So if this light is enough to create light on her arm, right? Like, is this glow so much more intense than the sun or whatever it is creating the normal light on her, that this like green would overpower just the normal daylight, right? And then like I can't tell what this is anymore, if it's supposed to be like white wraps or something, but the we need to create some sort of differentiation in values here. So maybe if these are like white wraps, then they're going to be a lot less affected by this green, you know? They'll be affected by it, but it won't be like, yeah, you can't just, like light sources, right? When you take a lamp or whatever, or a torch, it doesn't create a void around it where it removes all the other light from that sphere of influence and then only create its own light, right? They stack on top of each other. Light is additive. So it's like that green can only make, that green light on her back arm can only make whatever color that she would normally have brighter and slightly more green, right? So it's like if you have a general white light and you add green light on top of it, well, if that green light is weaker than the white light, the green light's going to do nothing. If that white light is kind of weak and then you add a green light on top of it, then it's going to increase the intensity of the light, but it will shift it slightly green. Okay? I hope that made some sense to you guys. Outside of that, I generally think this is going pretty cool. I think there's some level of like over doing the abs and stuff here. I don't think they should be quite this strong. There's also like the rib cage. So the light should honestly like come down more. Like you probably get some lights on the hip bones here. Who makes this sculpt, by the way? You probably have some shadow, like the ribs are like, they look more like gills almost. They're too defined. This is mine work? Okay. This is not my favorite figure, to be honest. I've seen this one a couple times and it's, yeah. No offense, mine work. I generally like some of your stuff. This one's not doing it for me. Yep, okay. Then color shift a little as you build into the lights. Like you have which is okay that you have way stronger highlights like on the face, but yeah, it's a little more reduced than that. Okay? And then, yeah, you need to like clean up some of this where some of your black lining is like really thick. You've got some like black lining in here. This, like these shadows, that's just too dark for a skin tone, right? Like this would be fine as a shadow color. And you soften in between. Okay. So that's the big things for me. Some of the leather, like this does, I'm guessing this is just not done. There's like some kind of belt buckle there or something. Needs to be painted. Looks like you missed. And then like on the earrings here, right? Like I can't see the rest of this earring, so you have to come in and try and complete that. Okay. And then like, yeah, some of like between the teeth, if she's wearing like black lipstick, that's okay. But between the teeth is also like, I don't like this, like super dark black line between teeth, I think often it looks like too much. You can use a black line to separate the top teeth from the bottom teeth, but it's like, it's too cartoony when you do the whole tooth, like with like a super dark black line in between the teeth. Tends to like kind of lose its general shape. So I mean, that's a pretty small change there, but you can sort of see that it like it's one, you know, it's a big thing across. Okay. Okay. How we doing? Let's look at another one. Sophie. Sophie says, hello Eric, will you give me some general feedback about this work in progress, especially OSL? We just talked about OSL a bunch. First time doing so strong OSL and don't know if the light placement and intensity from the fire is right, except the arm. I'm going to paint it with the OSL, of course. Okay. Let's save this one also. OSL. I feel like I need to. Should I bring back my OSL class to like Adepticon? I normally don't. I kind of gave up on it because I figured other people should, you know, could teach it at this point. But maybe I need to. Maybe I should bring it back. So, OSL. All right, let's consider the OSL. Where is the main light source coming from? Kind of this direction, okay? Oh, this is a big picture. Oh God. Okay, so the main light is sort of coming this way, and then we've got a fire. Oops. So the main light source coming this way, and then we have the firelight coming from this direction. All right, so from like the side. Okay. Well, I'll give you guys one guess. What's the first thing you spot wrong? Is there anything? There's a one big thing, and there's an arrow pointing straight at it. Anybody? Yeah, there's no firelight on the sleeve. We're gonna do it this way because we talked about light adds, right? Okay, so there's no, boom, we add the firelight to the sleeve. Then this should probably be more lit up. This is okay, like I like this, but if it's affecting the leather here, it would also be affecting the fabric or the fur here. This fall off is probably too fast depending on the distance from the firelight. All right, we also want to consider the general shape. Because fur is not hard, it is soft. The light is able to enter and pass through the hairs, like the gaps in the hairs, and affect some of the hairs underneath. So you want to think about it more as a softer volume. This is like as general principle to subsurface scattering, right? Like the light is entering the hair and passing through. Yeah, I like the axe. I don't have much to say about the axe. I think it's very nice. The side of the face, think about the direction, right? We're not just painting like the highlight of the flame here. We're thinking about the direction of the flame, okay? So you should have more light on the side of his head. You should probably have some light like underneath these parts. Just put some sort of glint in his eye from the flame, right? the white hair is going to be affected more than his skin. Okay. So it's more the side plane gets light, right? Not just this little strip of light. Then I think the accent stuff is pretty nice, but yes, this is, I think, is more what you kind of want to look for. This is more the effect that you're trying to get. Now, would it be enough? Like, would you actually get some over here? Maybe. It depends on the lighting direction, how that arm's facing. Maybe not. It sort of depends. Then, let's do this. Let's turn this off for a second. What if we did something like this? And we went, hey, take the image. Let's select the image. And we went color balance. And in the highlights, we shifted everything just a little more blue. And then we put that flame back on top. Okay, so you get a little more bluish tone, which is going to make that firelight feel a little more intense. All right, and then really what I need to do on top of even this is then come in with like this golden sort of yellowy tone, and on metallic parts like add some really bright yellowish lights to there. Okay, like you did on the axe. All right, so I think that kind of answers the questions. Yes, that make I think we hit on all the flame, like the firelight stuff, right? Then you should probably have some little bit of a terminator here. You don't want to go super dark, but something a little more deep orangish red to create that sort of separation here. Hi, Mose. Okay. So consider the direction, right? The light has directionality. You need to, it is not just, you know, if we look at from the side, right? Like the light, you know, isn't a laser beam that just cuts across his face like that, right? It's going to light up this whole side of his face. Okay, I hope that makes sense. Which you did a pretty good job on the hair, but or the fur, but it needs to be softer. It's too much. You went too contrasty. All right. Okay. I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom and stuff, and then we will jump onto the ones that were actually submitted after the last Feedback Friday. So, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. All right, let's move on to the new stuff, huh? It's Kragzog. Came together in pretty much 2 days. Found it tricky to make some of the shadows interesting on the skin and other general feedback. Okay, cool. Not bad, not bad. think he didn't quite nail the denim here. I think it's okay. What is it about it that's not quite right to me? So one thing about denim, let's real quick just talk about this. Denim, you tend to see this sort of diagonal lines thing. So you actually tend to get these like kind of diagonals running this direction in denim. So it's like a vertical and diagonal sort of effect. I don't know how much this is coming across on the screen. I see you got the vertical, but then there's also this like kind of diagonal this way. So you have, it's like a combination of vertical lines and 45-degree lines. Okay, so it's not vertical and horizontal, but you didn't do horizontal, so that's fine. But it also has this sort of diagonal effect to it. I think if you toned it down a little bit, like if we take some of this like sort of indigo blue kind of color that's like slightly desaturated and we just glaze over this some, I think it might function a little better. It's maybe a little too intense blue at the moment for what I imagine a farmer who's got, you know, new denim, right? So I think we can reduce it a touch. The other thing I see is like the white, right? It's like the gray of the white is like a little much at the moment. It feels a little like if the light's coming in from this direction, I would probably expect like the collar here to have a little more light on it, right? I think just general cleanup stuff, like I don't know, this dark line sort of here. And then even then, like the gray, like I think you could go with like a slightly more tan sort of color for the shadows instead of like a very pure gray. This if you're going for a cast shadow here, it's a little weird. I think from this angle, like I can't see if the cast shadow is intended to continue up his arm like this, and then I would expect to see like more cast shadows and stuff here. So honestly, I think because this shadow is just so small like this, I would probably just like say nah, and just, you know, get rid of it. And then I would push the light a little more and again like keep it kind of slightly warm. That's going to help create some separation with his hair. Like down here is pretty good. Okay, so the face. Hair's not bad. The tapering on some of this stuff could be a little better. I would expect like his the lines here, like they're a little too perfect, right? A little too consistently even. So I like to draw actually some of the lines like extending up into the skin a little. Right, if you see on me, like, well, it's hard to see on me, but, right, there's hairs that come up higher, right? So it gets, unless he's, like, perfectly shaved it recently, to get like a perfectly straight, clean line, you tend to have some hairs, but this guy does not look like he is edged up his beard recently, you know? So little things like that would help. I would also, yeah, probably extend the eyebrows a little here, like get some little touches of that. In terms of the face itself, I think it's pretty good, but I am, yeah, there is some issues with some of the light here, like the skin on the neck here would probably, if the light's getting in here, it would probably come down lower, right? You'd have a more hard edge there. I think this is pretty good, but you can go a little, on older people, you can go a little heavier, and you probably want to go a little bit warmer, right? You can make these like a little more intense. He probably needs more light on his forehead. Like a lot, like significantly more. Also, shift the color some as you go up. It's just like pink right now. It's very red. So like try and shift the color up as you sort of go. Okay, so let's look at like before and after on the face, right? Like, see what pushing the light does here? And then we need to push the light on the beard some more. So even like having some, you could freehand some hairs like kind of coming out from under the hat or whatever. All right. Okay. Hands need cleaning up, like these need some proper dark lining and stuff around them. Like separating these fingers. You can see like the little creases here. He should probably have spots on his hands too. If you're gonna do like spots on his face, he should have some on his hands. That the hands in general just need like significantly more time on investment on them. But I think that should give you an idea of what things to be working on, right? So yeah, push the light. Even the neck, you'd have some like texture on the neck. I would look at like how the lines and wrinkles on, find some reference here, you know. But push that light more, okay? Is that Is that good? Does that make sense? So we actually darkened that. We darkened that and then pushed the light a little bit on the white cloth and on the face. Okay? So creating more contrast throughout. All right. Rico. This looks nice. I like this. It's very soft. I think the thing that I'm seeing on this one, and I'm wondering if this is the photo, Rico, I'm going to give some advice. This is towards everyone. Can you guys see this right here? Can you see this? This sort of edge that's showing up. I am curious if this photo was taken on a black backdrop. And based on the fact that this here is not pure black, can you see that? Can you guys see that this is not pure black? But this is 100% pure black. That tells me that this photo was not shot on a black background, and this was clipped in to, like, this was shot on a different background and then clipped into a black background. And now that is throwing me off because it looks like the black levels on this figure are off, right? It looks, because this should be pure black in here, but it's not. It's clearly like a dark gray. So everything looks kind of washed out. The contrast looks off. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to take and make a curves adjustment, and I'm going to lower the black level down to like that, where those blacks that look like they should be black actually now read as black. And then I'm going to do this to it and go, I bet this is probably more what this figure looks like. So yeah, you should 100% just shoot on a black background. That way you don't get this weird haloing and stuff around the edge of the figure. Yeah, so I like it. It's good, but it then continues this kind of like, I think we could still play with some of the color here, right? So I like this little bit of orange. Let's just maybe shift it slightly more reddish. And I think we could play around with some color like in the face here. So you tend to get like this bit of red in the folds here and not just on the lower part of the cheeks. Okay, so it's like in this area. It's in, oh, you guys can't see me. There we go. It's in like this area, right? This is going to be really subtle, but I want you to kind of look. See the difference? Then let's take and think about this. And we're going to grab a color kind of like here. Okay, so I'm going to take this color and I'm going to increase the light and desaturate it a little bit. And because her cheeks, or his cheeks, I think it's her, she's got pink shoes and a hat with roses on it. So I'm going to go with This is a girl, little girl. We can take and add a little bounce light here. That's like from her hand. It's like her hand and arm bouncing in her cheek, right? Clean this up. Why add red in face, make them look lighter sometime? Huh? Why does adding red in the face make them look lighter? You mean like more luminous? Like the skin is glowing a little bit? Is that what you mean, Vanquish? Or Vanish, I mean. Same thing can be done here, right? You get the light like on the skin, on the bouncing off the shin, right? And you get some light that kind of reflects up into the arm like this, okay? You would actually have very similar things happening with the sand and stuff too. In fact, you probably need to darken and like round over the leg a little bit more here. So we're going to bring this down a little bit and think that this would actually probably be a little bit darker like that. Oh, why does it make it look more luminous? Because of subsurface scattering. Basically the light, we think of it adds this like sense of transparency. So if I were to take here and like really grab like a more saturated reddish tone like this, and like increase the red sort of on the nose here, right? It's basically the sense that the light like passes through the skin, so it actually enters the skin and creates the skin, like the light bounces around in the skin and then it comes back out. So your skin is semi-translucent. Okay, so the light is able to enter and then pass through. It's this thing, right? I've done this before, but I'll show you again. We turn this on and then I turn the light off. Okay, so right, like your skin is semi-translucent, right? So the light is able to shine through. So when you have a light like this, right, that's really up close, or like the light passes through, okay, a little bit and it scatters around, you should see like some areas in here where it gets like very warm red, right? Because the light is actually entering the skin and bouncing around. And that makes the skin feel more luminous, all right? Subsurface scattering. Okay, you can add some more red to the ears. Like you've done it to the elbows and like that looks nice, okay? Then I would consider changing this maybe to like a dark color, or maybe like reusing some of this like bluish tone here, right? Just to create some more like separation between this like white ribbon on the hat and, you know, like giving a more clear line here. Just to divide that better. It's just a thought. Like this even this like eggshell blue might work, right? What is it doing? Oh, I'm gonna multiply. Right, so they're like something like this might even work, this sort of eggshell blue color. Okay. Balances this a little better. Gets so you've got the pink that's here, and then we can reuse the blue that's here also up here. right? And then there's something off with the shirt here. The color is off. This should be, right? If this is in shadow, it should be something more like that. I don't know, from the front at least. Okay. And then, yeah, I would take and apply a little bit of shine to the shin bone here. You get like a little bit of reflection on the skin like this, and then, yeah, there's some cleanup and stuff to do on the hands, but add some shininess to the fingernails, right? Probably need some of that red also in the fingers, specifically around the actual like fingertips. Okay, that's my feedback for you, but it's cool. Okay. Okay. And don't do the black background clipping thing. It looks bad. Is this what? All right, Max. Hello, I'd love to get some feedback. This is my unit for SN. The goal is get max contrast and definition. Have the focus on the center one. Use green because the color of human eyes. Play with complementary green and red, yellow. Try and make the yellow of the lights appear more white. To have saturated light. Less saturation in some areas. Texture, contrast. Base will be rock with a lot of saturation liquid. Okay. It's so blurry. Is this clipped also? Am I crazy? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'm just being weird. I mean, these are really cool. I don't have a ton to say about these, to be honest. This is like a level of finish that I feel like I might have to see in hand to answer some of this stuff. It has a very kind of Richard Gray feeling to it with like some of the level of contrast on the volumetrics. Overall, I mean, I would say it's quite nice. I think there is probably some definition stuff that you can do like here, but I can see like where you're doing it, but it's so small and like a bit low res that it might be there and I just can't even see it. But like, see, I can't even draw it small enough. But like trying to define some of these edges more, you know, a bit more scratches and stuff here would probably help. It's like you're doing it really nice here, but then there's probably some spots like this that could use like a little bit more, right? In terms of focusing on the guy in the center, like they need to be pretty rendered similarly, okay? Like, I wouldn't worry too much about being like, oh, the middle guy needs more focus. Like, that might play in some contests. I don't think that necessarily plays in Golden Demon. They're going to want all three figures to be at kind of the same standard, the same consistency. So if you are using a white light here, like all three of them should probably have that white light, right? Which it seems like they do. To me, this is really cool. I really need like a higher res to get like super into the weeds on these guys, because at this point, like, to me, I look at them and I'm just like, yeah, they look great. You know? So there is a level of like nitpicking that I would have to do, and I would need like individual like high res images of each one of them, if that makes sense, you know. But yeah, I mean, I think they're good. Like, keep going with the bases. Consider presentation, like what you're going to do for presentation. When you're presenting a unit, like you can do on the three base, like the bases need to be obviously just as well rendered as the figures do, in my opinion. And how you present the three figures is also a big deal. I like them in this order, where the one's in the middle, and then this guy, like you've done, let me see, like, so we can see it on this, where you have like this sort of alignment. I would actually consider like turning him slightly this way when you go, so that his legs are a little more squared up, just to create a bit more sense of like open it up. Yeah, this is tough for me, because like I said, I just can't quite see it enough. There's definitely some parts here where I can see you're doing like the scratches and stuff, and it looks like there needs to be more scratches in some of these other areas, right? Like on the tips of these things and whatnot, where it's going to get hit and used, and it'll scratch off that rust. Guessing this isn't done. But yeah, okay. Sorry, couldn't help more. Warwolf. Hello, Eric. First time posting here. Would love some feedback on... is today OSL day? Is this what we're doing? Hello, Jackal? Hi, Jackal. I think I missed I think I missed Salty Wendigo. I didn't have my audio turned up very high, so I didn't really hear the alerts, but thank you, welcome. Sorry if I missed anyone. Okay, well, first question is, what's the main view? Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? So which one's the main? I'm guessing this one, because this is where the plinth is squared up. So this is the one we're going to go with. Okay, I like the idea. Where do I'm going to be a little blunt on this one. There's some issues. and I'm trying to decide what the like best, most kind of effective feedback is going to be on this, from a just like technical paint application standpoint. Like, there is just a mess. Like, there is too much not like consistent, like clean, like separation and edges here. Okay, I think this is what's going to help you the most on this figure, because some of this stuff is pretty cool. Like, I like how you're kind of rendering the flame and stuff, and I actually think it's not too bad, but there is like a level of like, look here, guys, can you see this? Like, there's just no separation between any of this stuff. Like, I can't see the like line separating them. So yeah, we need to work on this, okay? And that means like coming in with a dark color and like cleaning this stuff up. You need to like outline around this stuff so that we separate it. All right. I want you to see just how much like separating this stuff out is good. What it, like it's gonna do for the definition on the face, you know, like cleaning this line work up. Right, like there's still like primer. This is still primer showing through. Like you can see the dots, right? Like this is just too sloppy. There's like black in here, so we need to come in and like separate all this stuff out. Okay. I've been fighting with some other students. I'm not gonna drop names recently, but you know who you are. About like getting to the fun stuff too early. Okay, it's like, oh, I want to work on the OSL and do the fun stuff and do these reflections in the non-metallic metal, and it's like it's all the details and like the exciting things to paint on the figure, and then we skip out on just like doing a good base coat on parts. All right, and what happens is this happens where you jump ahead because you're like, I'm gonna sketch out the NMM on this little headdress thing, and you forget to just like base coat and clean up properly, and it results in like a messy edge, and then that compounds into problems further down the line. So now you have to like go in and correct this stuff later and try not to mess up the stuff you've already done. Eric, do you currently have space to take in more individual feedback students? There's a calendar on the Discord, dude. You just sign up. It's in the FAQ channel. Dessert first painting. I like that. That's a good terminology. You're trying to eat your dessert before you had your meal, you know? Like, do the groundwork in order to make your life easier later, right? Because now, like, right? Like this is a problem, you know? Like now you have to come back and fix all this stuff and like paint that nice dark line there to create that separation. Look at all the green on everything, you know, like there's so much green like on parts of the metal here, right? Like you've got to clean all this stuff up in order so that it's nice and like defined and readable later. Okay? Does that make sense, guys? Is that, I'm not trying to be overly harsh here, but sometimes I feel like I'm screaming into the void, you know? Big picture, small picture, okay? Like, take your time and get the like layers and fundamentals down well, and then you can start doing the fun the fun stuff, right? Because otherwise, yeah, you're just making more work for yourself in the long run. Like painting this little non-metallic thing right here first, right? You should have just base coated this black or whatever, and then so that you get like a nice sharp line, and then you paint on top of it so that you get this really sharp definition when you come back and like actually like paint the metal shine to it, right? But there's too much green and other stuff showing up on it, and that's causing it to like lose the readability that it should have in the end result. And I've been painting on the wrong layer the whole time. All right. Okay, does that make sense? Like, can you guys see this? I feel like I'm not trying to be a jerk, right? But like when I can just look at it like that and see the primer underneath, like that you've already sketched, like that's a problem. Like that's a problem. Okay? The OSL is pretty good. This is too yellow up here. All right. As you get further away from the light source, this should start to tone down more. So it should probably be more like the orange that's up here. All right. Same with like up here. Like this is probably too yellow. For the distance she is from the arrow. But yeah, okay. Anyways, I feel like I've taken enough time. So, boring stuff first, guys. Foundations. Light, more light here. Probably just more light in general across some of these parts. Hola, Attic. Love me some feedback Fridays. Thank you. Do you play MTG anymore? I do not. Nope. I sold my cards a while ago. 6'2" koala. Looking for feedback on this guy. Planning to do a display base with drop-in slots for the squad he's part of. Just wanted to check and see what areas I can push on them. I mean, dude, I'm pretty sure this looks... Yeah, dude. This thing looks sweet, man. I think these look great. Like, he's been posting a couple of these in the, he's been posting these along the way in the feedback, or in the current projects channel. And I think they look awesome. Like, I really... This is another one of those things where I have a hard time giving some feedback on this stuff, because like for me this is like super well done. If I had to like sit here and like really nitpick super hard, like I would maybe consider like trying to push some of these lights on like the edge highlights like a little bit more, right? Just like punch this up just a little bit further just to give some a little more definition to these parts. Like his arm's a little dark here. Can maybe play around with that. The other thing is these scratches. So I don't love this thing, this thing that people do all the time, where it's like it's always like this, and then you take like a dark gray and you like put it on top, right? Sometimes I think this is like too much. I think this could be like overboard sometimes. A lot of times, like I think you can vary it up a little bit, and sometimes just a like a thin white line can be enough to create like a surface scratch, especially when you get down here into like some of the like more gray parts. Like, so here you did it, so this is really good. So like try and vary it up a little bit, and don't use too much of these like big chunky scratches, okay? Like these like surface imperfection scratches can often read a little more natural than like these really heavy ones. Now sometimes you can get like a nice heavy one, right? And that can look good, but I think a little more of the like the superficial scratches can help a lot. And then yeah, like I said, like punch up some of the final highlights a little bit. Like even here, like this is where I would come in and like really try and like define this, right? Like push that contrast right there just a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, these are cool. This is also another problem. Like this to me like hurts a little bit. Okay. Jack, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate it. Yeah, it no, I don't mind the barrels too much, because I don't know, they're laser guns. Like I guess they have barrels. You could, or you could just paint a black dot. Sometimes that works too. But this does like hurt me a little, because the presentation of the rest of the figure. No, because he's talking about he's going to have one of those boards that's like this. So he'll have a board and there'll be like holes, right? And maybe he perfectly hides these, okay? But even still, there's going to be a gap. So yeah, this is one of those things that I would like try and fill in and sand, right? And get like a really nice clean edge here, okay? So like some surface, like the like Bondo type putty, and like filling this in, or you can like thin down some Milliput and fill these like cracks and scratches in, and then like just take and slightly sand them to get them really smooth, is like a level of finishing detail that I think can go a long way. Like I said, especially when the rest of the figure is at like the level that this is, right? It's that extra, it can make the difference between like a best, like a gold and a best in category, you know? When there's like that level of thought and finish put into everything, okay? Not guaranteeing a gold for this. I'm just saying that's the types of things that we might end up looking at when there's two pieces that are like equally good, you know? Let me look at the rest of the base real quick, just to see if I have any feeling on it. Oh, we went way too far. Yeah, and I would... it's not bad. Like, yeah, this needs... Gotta clean this up. Clean that up. I think the back, you got a little lazy on the back a little too. Okay? So on the back here, there's definitely some areas that, like, I'm kind of... This, like, edge highlight and stuff is disconnected, and this one just, like, abruptly ends. So, there is definitely some spots on the back that you could push the finish a little bit more. But the front, like, ooh, yep. See, now I'm looking at it from other angles, and I see this edge highlight here, right? Can you guys see that? How they just stop? From the main view, you got me. This is the problem with pictures sometimes. You got me from the main view where I was like, super nice. And now I'm looking at it from other views, and there's a little shortcuts going on that I think you need to come in and clean up. Tricky, tricky, sir. Okay, so yeah, get that. You should taper these out. There should be like some gradients in the edge highlights and stuff here, so you can finish these lines, you know. But overall, I think it's very cool. All right. Liam. Hi, Eric. Working on my first bust and would like some advice on how to push this further, please. Where do you guys find this stuff? What the heck is up with weird fishman priest here? What is this thing? Liam, I think it's pretty good. I'm gonna tell you something about like NMM, okay? So, this will help on the hat too. All right. 1, 2. Okay. 1, 2. 1, sort of 2. Right. 2. Okay. You have to pick one. You got to pick a spot. All right. Where's the main highlight at? Okay. So if it's up here, like let this be the main, if this is the main highlight, like let this be the main highlight. Okay. And you push that. And then, oh, I gotta delete the other crap that I drew. Okay, so we're gonna put, like, we push this and make this like one big highlight. All right. And then we do the same thing on here. So it's like, okay, if that's that one, then maybe this one's the big highlight, and I should like paint this sort of edge here. And then as I come further away, they start to round into that one. All right. And then what's going on up here? So it's like, it's here, but based on this, if this is here and I continued this up this cylinder, it would probably be somewhere over there. So like maybe this, all this should be like much brighter, right? You kind of did it. I mean, it depends. You could do it to the other side if you want, but I was kind of just going off based on other parts. I guess it is really more the left based on this. So it's a little inconsistent here where it's like what's the main highlight parts, but the main highlight needs to be the brighter part, all right? So you have to push the side that is the main highlight, all right? And then I would suggest This is not enough saturation for a gold. As you get further away from that highlight, it should start to, like, it's better over here. Right, and then we can do that here. And here. Right, so we push that contrast even more. There is some cleanup to do. Some of the black lines are a little rough. And I don't, sorry, I'm having a hard time even kind of seeing what's, the face is weird. This is a weird sculpt. I'm losing some shape on the face. You're also getting very like gray, look, like it's very gray. But the face needs like some more shape to it. And based on how black it is in between the teeth, like, yeah, I think you can push the shadows probably a little bit more. With your weird fish man bust. And then the hair is like a little too clumpy to try and, well, I said don't paint the sculpt, paint the flow. If you want to see, go back and watch the Saturday, the super long, like 6-hour video from the Saturday where I talk about hair more. All right. Okay, cool. Find a place to reuse this red somewhere, right? Could be anywhere, but it needs like to be used somewhere else. All right. What do we have time-wise? Okay. Well, let's look at this one. This one looks cool. Dominica Mini Giant. Hi, Eric. Please give me some feedback on my work. This is my first bust I've painted. Most of the elements are finished. The feathers were the biggest challenge. I've repainted them a few times, and I still think they're terrible. Could you help me with the color scheme? I'd really like to avoid overwhelming the eyes. I also asked for general feedback. Okay. This is this on first glance, this looks pretty impressive. I mean, this is killer. Like, that looks sick. Oh yeah, feathers. First bust, this is pretty dang good. Might be first bust, but definitely not first figure, because yeah, this is I'm quite impressed actually. Color scheme, I don't see anything wrong with the color scheme. What's up with the color? Like, what's the problem with the color scheme? I think it looks great. Yeah, okay, so feathers are annoying. Right, so what do we want to do? Feathers I treat like hair. Feathers are not this veiny. All right. This is the thing people get wrong with feathers. Just paint this stuff, right? Like lines, way more lines. Like triple, quadruple the number of lines. I feel like you're trying to paint the sculpt also here, right? Way more lines. All right, just like it should really be, if you see like actual feathers, unless there's like a break in the feather, like I just hate the way like right? Unless there's like a split in the feather like that, where it's like comes separated, you don't actually really see these very much. Like you maybe will see like a little piece like separating off like that, but you don't really see the individual lines on a feather. Okay, it's not really a thing, which is why they drive me insane that they sculpt them like this. It's maybe one of my most hated things on miniatures, actually, is how bad the Eric pet peeve. Sculpted feathers suck. Okay, so I would probably like push them, and then I would like probably push even into some of these sorts of tones, like maybe not that much, and then I would maybe consider making them more even like more grayish, you know, so like maybe even somewhere in like these like slightly blue grays, something like this, but push this up. I'm not gonna go nuts like sitting here painting the feathers, but see, as like I layer this, I start to create the like line work in it, right? This is how I would actually paint feathers. I would just do brush strokes like this over top of the whole surface, and then do something like this. And then I would probably take this sort of black here and do like this sort of thing. But I would just look up also like Native Americans and how they would decorate their feathers. They also would do this thing a lot. Maybe this gives you a chance to like reuse some red. They would do a thing where they like paint little like dots on the feathers, and the dots have some sort of significance, right? Depending on what tribe it is. I'm sorry, I don't have expert knowledge over Native American culture. And every tribe is definitely different in terms of this sort of stuff, but yeah, you could do something with like the reds and things here, and like they would actually paint the feathers, so you could maybe do something like that. Right, and that could be more interesting. Okay. Other than that, I think this is great. Like volume all here is super nice. Face looks like really good. I think the face is super nice also. Hair looks quite good. There's maybe a little bit of chunky hair going on, but I think it's not too bad. The robe itself is, like I said, that's sick. That's super cool. Yeah, the eyes are really cool. So yeah, they like figure out. I would just create some sort of thing on the feathers like that, and then what's the other question? It was just like color scheme stuff, right? Asking about the feathers, but yeah, general feedback wise, I like without like really diving like crazy deep into stuff. Like, you know, there's some areas where I would like maybe adjust some of the highlights. Like I would maybe highlight here a little bit, and I might push the light on the neck a little more. But I feel like it's like really nitpicky stuff, and I don't want to sit here for the next 30 minutes nitpicking things, right? I think I don't quite understand what's going on here. Like this is weird to me, where it's like switching colors a little too fast. Like I would just do that. I think you're trying to do some sort of like secondary light or something from behind. I don't quite know, but yeah. Very good. Okay? Alright, I'm going to take another quick break, and then we will continue on. So, I will be right back. Oh, hi. Hi, chat. How is everyone? Red Bull, call me. Give me a call. You can sponsor speedrunners, you can sponsor speed painters. Come on. All right. The Noob Painter. Greetings, Eric. I'm going for a black lacquered look for the armor, and I doubt I'm pulling it off. I'm trying to reference black cars, Vader's armor, and samurai armor. The red also feels dull, and I would like to know how to make it more interesting without overwhelming the model. Thank you. Guys, I have a question. What is this model? Anybody? Yeah. I get that. It's Sisters of Battle. Oh, ReaperCon Sisters of Battle knockoff. Okay. I was like, because man, it's it is hitting on that pretty hard. I was like, this is not a GW figure. I was like, that is no Sister of Battle that I've seen. All right, so black lacquer. Okay, here's the deal with black. All right. So when you're doing black, right now, I don't know what's black and what's supposed to be metallic. All right. So that's the issue I'm seeing at the moment. All right. The big thing is like, is this non-metallic? Is this non-metallic? Is this black? Is this non-metallic? All right. So that is the number one issue I see with the figure at the moment, that I don't have a distinction between the two. When you are painting black, I'm going to assume that her armor, like he said, is supposed to be black lacquer. So we're going to make the assumption that the leg is black lacquer. Okay? When you are doing black, more black, especially when it gets into glossy black. All right? And glossy black, you want smaller highlights, okay? So smaller, more intense highlights is how you pull off a gloss black. All right? So this should be quite shiny, right? So just by shrinking that light, look at the difference in like how glossy it feels, right? So you're putting way too much secondary lights on here. It's starting to, it feels more like NMM than it does like black lacquer. All right, and then we want to get nice and shiny with it. Okay. So same deal, like stick to the, like on the boot here, right? So it's like this should be, you should have some sort of shine on the shin here, right? There should be some sort of shine on the edge. Okay, some sort of shine on this, right? Shiny here, 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 right? You gotta push the general level of black. If you want to see how to paint shiny black, like in a full tutorial, go watch my Space Marine Death Watch video. Okay? I did a whole video where I just paint black armor, like shiny black armor. Right? Then, once you've done this, so like here on the shoulder, there's just way too much light on this, right? So like tone this down, okay? It should be more black. And then you can put the shine in that, right? So it's like there would be a reflection here or something, you know? Oh, more black. Does that make sense? Noob painter? That's his name. I'm not calling him a noob. Or her, whichever. I don't know. I don't have specific knowledge. Them. Okay. Then, when you go to do something like the trim, now let's take and make it like even more bluish and maybe shift it like slightly turquoise, and let's change it up, right? So now like let's instead of like black, let's make this steel, and we need to increase the light here, and then we can play with some like dark turquoises and stuff. And we can create a kind of steel effect by adjusting the sort of colors that we use, and then we can increase the overall lighting on this stuff. So it's like we don't go quite as dark, and then we have larger areas of shines. Now, I'm just gonna paint over the rivets just because they're annoying to try and paint around at the moment while doing this fast, right? And then we can really like push the light on this, so that reflection is going to show up in the same place, but now we create some sort of different material here, right? So we're creating a material contrast between the two by using a slightly different color palette to make this look like a silver or something, you know? So now it's like the inside of it, this reads as black, and the other part reads as like a metallic, like a silvery metallic, right? And if you need, you can come back and tone it down a little bit, but I don't want to lose too much of that tone that we have. Okay. So now there's like these two are the trim and the other part are two clearly different materials, you know? That makes sense? I hope. Right? Like use this sort of color that you've got in here maybe in the middle, right? This like turquoisey sort of color. If that trim is supposed to be metal and like an actual different material. And like you can do that with this stuff up here too, where it's like you shift this stuff into these more like, right? If this is supposed to be like metal elements, you know, with like black lacquered pipes, you can create some sort of differentiation between these two by pushing these into an alternate color. right? And we create some sort of material contrast there between the steel or these silvery parts and the black the black like armor parts, you know? See? And that makes that wing more like, which wing now looks more interesting, the left wing or the right wing with these like silver details, you know? I could be wrong. It could still be the other one, but I think personally that it makes the some of these mechanical elements look more interesting. I have a question, if you don't mind. Will it work the same way for any color, like a shiny orange and metallic trim? There would be a lot of orange that goes straight up to white, or would it be different because black is a special case? No, it's the same for any color. Like here, right? Like this is shiny red. Right? It's very red, and that glossiness to it, right? It just shows up as like white, right? Where if I take something that's like a more matte red, if I have something, like this is more matte, and you can see like you don't get those super white shines on it as much, right? You don't get those like super clear, like pure white shines that you do. So it starts to turn pinkish in the highlight instead of this, which is like it just switches from red to like super bright white instantly. So the same thing happens with black materials. It just goes from like, let's see, can I get my mouse all the way over here? Right, like this goes from black to like a dull gray versus a brush handle, right, which goes from a black to like that pure white line, right? Can you see the difference? Well, or look at like the buttons on the side, like the well, they're not like super glossy, but I think you get the point. Yeah. Like this is quite clear. Okay. All right. Okay. In terms of the red, yeah, I think you could maybe push the saturation a little bit, but I think the red looks pretty good. Hi, Lexi. We're getting close to you. In fact, you're next. So welcome to the stream. Let's look at Lexi's. This is her piece from Gen Con. We talked about this a bit. This is a big Kingdom Death diorama. What the heck? Oh, stop that. I didn't want to jump to that. Her? I don't know. I'm going with her. Sorry. Them. I'll just say them from now on. For people I don't know personally yet. So, let's look at Lexi's piece. And I want to talk about multiple... I think this one is really interesting from a compositional standpoint, where this... So I saw Lexi's piece last year. There was a whole conversation about like competition results and whatnot, and I don't want to... yeah. I don't want to get overboard on competition results right? Or like delve into that too much, but I think there's some really interesting things here from that we can learn on this piece. The very first thing I would like to speak about actually is is like the framing. Okay, so one thing on this figure, like say if I was to ask you like, what do you think is the most interesting view for this piece? Because for me personally, I really like kind of this one. I think sort of this angle is like kind of where the piece starts to work the best. So, okay, so you agree that that corner works a little better. So I would actually build the piece based in this corner layout. Okay, so instead of this being everything like squared up, right? So instead of the base being squared up with the columns and the gate, I would actually like do something like this where the piece is now more like this, right? And then this is kind of, this gate is sort of in the corner, okay? And I think this could make for a more interesting composition where you have the figure kind of walking now away into the distance, and you have more depth this way, right? So now what we have is we have these like multiple layers of depth in the scene with like the different stacking of the figures where you have things more in the front, middle, background, right? Where the problem I think with this one, right, is you've now lost this gate here is just becomes a post, right? And this sort of becomes a post, and all three of these figures are kind of lined up together in the front plane, right? Instead of it staggering a little more. So I think that a composition like this, where you line up the plinth this way, right, could make for a much more interesting like main view, because we tend to square up these sorts of plinths, these like rectangular plinths to like be flat to us. I think this would make it way more interesting. The next thing I would say is like on something like this, when I'm thinking about this gate, and like this gives me very cavern vibes. So I like sort of here that this gives this sort of broken column nature, but I would actually take, what I probably would have done is I would have flattened these, right? So I would have like sanded this flat and painted the top black. And what that does is it gives this indication that there's like more scene up above, okay? So that like this continues to go upwards, right? Playing into this sort of idea of like maybe a cave or something, right? And these like long posts, these long columns. All right, then you can do stuff like this where you build out from here. So like if I took these sorts of columns like this, you can build out from here, and maybe there's like a stalactite or something that like attaches to this and it kind of comes down or something. You get some things like that then begin to like float in the scene, you know, that build up that like that cave, that claustrophobic sort of feeling even more, right? And you get a cleaner top, right? So you get this nice, like, it's like a snapshot of this sort of effect. Okay? And I like this art, like, I like the archway. Okay? All right. So from there, the next thing I want to talk about is, I don't want to talk about like the sculpting on him on this one too much. I'm going to assume that you sculpted this guy yourself. I don't want to critique the actual sculpting of this figure too much. I think there's room for improvement on it, but we can talk more about the painting, right? So one of the things I'm seeing with the painting, and this is very difficult. Can I go back? No, of course not. Why would I be able to do that? Let me just delete this one real quick. Select delete. And then re-import. This is hard. So I don't know exactly what color you used here, but it's very it's like almost pure black. I'm gonna assume that you used like close to a pure black or some like super dark teal, right? To try and do these shadows. Okay, like this, all of these shadows here. Because you're trying to do this super high contrast effect. But what happens is when you have a dark scene, right? Like when you paint on a flat scene, there's this concept called lost edge, right? In painting, where you can literally like, or in chiaroscuro, right? If we think about something like, let's look one up actually. I want to show you a good example of lost edge by Caravaggio. Where is the arrest? I'm looking for a specific painting because it shows it really well. Where's the one? This one. The Taking of Christ. Okay. So there's a concept in here called lost edge where things, come on. Or we can show this one, right? So there's this idea of lost edge, right? Where like the background here is so black that the details of the curtains and stuff start to go away, right? It's so dark on her dress and in her hair that like this bottom right corner of the painting has nothing in it, right? There's no detail. You can't, there is stuff there, right? She has folds and things in her dress that like you might be able to perceive if you were there in person, but in the painting, because it's painted in such a high contrast nature, it all just becomes one black field, and it is intentionally done because it's not an area of focus, like, so we don't care about it. The problem with trying to achieve something like this in miniature is that you have the sculpted detail there, right? That detail is I've heard the term lost and found edges. Is that concept? Yes. Tenebrism? Chiaroscuro. It's chiaroscuro. The problem with this is that you now, like, because they're sculpted, right? In 3D, the lighting is going to catch somehow, and we are going to be able to see these shapes. And what ends up happening is, though you want this to just be a big black field where it's like there's not really any detail and you can't see what's going on, I can still see all of the sculpted hairs and all of the sculpted detail of the fur and all the faces and everything. And it ends up just looking unpainted. Okay, is basically what I'm getting at. It ends up looking unfinished. So the sort of idea here is to actually lift the shadows a little bit. Kind of like you started to do here with these blues, right? So like by taking these sorts of blues, if we used this on like the wood and stuff in these faces, we can start to add this like sort of ambient glow light to everything. You know, this weird unnatural light source that begins to give us some shape and things to the darker areas of the scene. Okay, and we can start to create some more, we can start to create some detail in the shadows without actually like, while maintaining like a dark ambience, because we can just like lift it a little bit. And then you allow these sorts of areas to go, like, you push them way more, right? So now we we really start to push the lantern. And by the way, lantern light like is yellowish, but it's more just like really warm. So you can like play around a bit with the color also of the lantern, right? So now we can really start to like push that light and let these elements be just like brighter, right? And we create some definition and shape. And then if this room is so extremely dark, right, that you're like the only light source is like these lanterns, other than the sort of glow, that this lantern is going to extend a lot more than the small area of influence that you've given it. So we can take and we can push that light out a little further than you maybe think is like required, right? So maybe that light actually starts to affect some of the areas like all the way out over here, and some of like the bottom of these faces and stuff up on the column and whatnot, right? Because if it's that dark in this scene, like your eye would start to adjust and pick up some of these things, right? It's like standing in the woods in the middle of a night with a lantern. Like, it's not going to go out super far, but it's definitely going to go like, I don't know, 6 feet or something, right? It would affect this face somewhat. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, is the area of influence of this can be a little stronger, and you can also play with the shadow areas a little more. All right. Yeah, this project is crazy ambitious. There's like a lot of stuff going on, right, with all sorts of lighting effects and everything. So I think that's kind of the main points that I wanted to get across, is these sorts of ideas. But my other thing would be like, if you're going to do this sort of effect, like, don't be afraid to really like push this effect, right? Like, he's carrying this lantern, like, let this lantern like create some, some strong light on him. It's going to at least like light up his hand. It's probably going to light up the back sides of these rocks. It's going to light up this like part of the gate more, all underneath, like, yeah. And we create something much more, yeah, creepy and moody, right? This strong ambient effect, Okay, so does that answer? I think that, well, I don't think you really had questions, but I think that kind of maybe gives you some ideas of like where you could go with this piece, and kind of what you could play around with. I think what would have been really cool is like his lantern like really starting to like silhouette some of these shapes more, so that it plays off of that background effect even more. Like, it would start to light up like the inside of this gate and stuff, you would get a very strong lighting source and effect. Another thing you can do, by the way, here with the lantern, like if you want to make this lantern look like really bright, don't be afraid to like remove the black from the actual like lantern, okay? So like all of this is supposed to be glowing. use like an orange as your black lining on the lantern itself. So it's like that lantern is so bright that it's glowing from the inside, and the bloom starts to like eat the shadows of the like the filigree or whatever, the sculpted cage of the lantern itself, you know? And that core of this lantern should be like the absolute like brightest thing on the figure, on the whole piece. All right, cool. I thought that might prove helpful to some people. I think it's cool. I think it's just, yeah, I really like the idea, and I'd like to see what you do with like another piece like this, and like, yeah, with a little, it is really ambitious, and it sometimes these things, you know, not everything works out on it, and it's we learn from the things we can do better, and you know, we make those changes, and then hopefully the next project is cooler, right? Like I've never tried to do a piece like this, like with this much going on, so I applaud your guts. All right. Jesus Christ. Hey, you guys, are these all from today? 8/10? No. What is today? The 15th? Alright. Hi Eric. Pop secret. I'm continuing my practice to learn on faces and skin. The only thing I painted is the face. I was just looking for general feedback on what I can focus on and improve. Okay. So my thing here is that the skin looks very plasticky at the moment. What I mean by that is that it feels like it's sort of like more glossy in nature. It's very shiny. I don't have a great sense of like general shape of the face here. Like I see this sort of thing, like, all right, let me just start drawing on top. Okay. One, I would recommend going and watching the recent class on the bust from Epica Tales, but thinking like we need to create some light, right? Like I don't quite have the shapes of the face that I'm looking for, you know, like that there is light on this part, and then this light comes down, and this is a plane, and this gets light, and this is round, right? And then maybe some light over here, right? So like getting the general shapes of the face in, and then you can start to blend this stuff back in, right? And we can tone it down and start to reform, like soften some of these shapes. Right now, what I'm getting the feeling of is just highlights, right? But I don't have a general, like a sense of general lighting, right? If you don't quite understand the difference when I'm saying like highlights, I'm referring to specular lights versus diffused lighting. Then we can come back with sort of this color, right? And we can tone this down a little bit and start to create some more overall shape to the face, right? Like here you've got these super dark sides, but this is really no different than the side of the nose. So it should be pretty much the same as the side of the nose, right? And then we don't really have anything defining the side of the nostrils, so now we have to come in and like create something that sort of defines that. Okay, getting the kind of corners of the mouth. Who's that? Dr. Boydzerg, hello, and MacTech, missed you. Hello, welcome. Okay, so things like this, right? So now we're starting to get some like shape to the face. Okay, so before and after, like there is now some shape. Now, if it's too light for you because of you're going for a darker skin tone, you can always come back with a dark color and kind of like reduce the areas in order to create a more dark skin tone. But right, we can create a darker skin tone by just like generally lowering the level of light across sort of the face. But that means you have to lower kind of everything, and then we punch back in the highlights, right? Who's that? Steve! Thanks for the 10 gifted subs, I appreciate it. Appreciate you. By the way, if you just got a gifted sub, you can join the Discord, ! Discord. There you will find, you have to link your account to the feedback, or to the Discord, and then you will gain access to the Feedback Friday channel, where you can then submit your own work for review. Yeah, not this week though. I'm cutting it off this week. No more submissions this week. Okay, so yeah, then we can darken this down a little bit, but that's only if you are aiming for a darker skin tone, right? Then we can start to play around with the more highlight position. Okay, so let's go on top, and then you've got this. You got this here. I think you're kind of overdoing some of the tone here. Binary Throttle, thanks for the what is that? 6? The 6 gifted subs. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. I'm glad you guys enjoy the content and find it helpful. I enjoy doing them. Okay. So something like this. Now we can grab this and we can think about where the specular highlights are going to be. You've done a pretty good one here, right on the lip. You don't tend to get as bright of ones on the nose, or I mean on the chin, because of just like the level of shininess to the nose, right? Or the chin. The nose is more shiny because it has more oil in it than the chin does. You got the kind of tear duct thing going on here, but you can also play around with like this shape right here, like getting some light on this sort of shape, and then you begin to blend and bridge these together. Okay. So this highlight is it's not this, all right? I see this a lot where it's like, I'm gonna draw this highlight under the eye and it's this big crescent shape. No, you get a highlight here that then kind of comes, it's this, right? So it's this sort of shape like this, okay? But it zigzags a little bit. And then you might have another more spherical highlight sort of on the outside cheekbone, okay? And then there's this sort of gap in between, but people kind of read that as like one big highlight, right? And it doesn't exactly work that way, okay? And then you blend it together and blah 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 blah. Oh. All right. I hope that makes sense. Keep going. But yeah, make sure you get that. Make sure you establish that face shape, right? It's like this is at the beginning, right? Those cheekbones, it's too dark here, right? For the lighting direction. So we got to give some shape to the face. This is going to be the biggest difference. Then you can adjust the highlights and stuff to refine, but this is like where you're missing the shape. Okay? All right. People tend to overdo the sunken cheekbones, and it's just like way too dark. Smiling Beagle. Hi Eric, I was hoping to get some feedback on areas of improvement on this piece. It is for an upcoming competition. I'm looking to get to see any refinements you might suggest. Okay. Okay. You're a wizard, Eric? No, this guy's a wizard, but I appreciate it. All right. We kind of talked about this earlier on another piece, but I think you've got a little too much going on here. Okay? In terms of like, so like his beard right now, to me, reads more like a wolf pelt. Okay? Where it's like there's darker hair on the outside and lighter hair on the inside. You guys know what a wolf pelt looks like, right? Where it's like white hair and then there's like that strip of darker hair in the middle, right? That's what I'm getting kind of the feeling on his beard at the moment. So it's I would have started with a lighter color overall for the hair, right? I would have started something. It also depends on what kind of color you're going for, because right now I feel like there's quite a bit of yellowy orange in the hair. Let's see what's in the hype chest. We got it's this emote. So there is, yeah, there, I would have started a little more neutral. Okay. So like some of the hair over here is too dark. Like his cheeks are way too sunken dark. So we can bring all this up neutral, make it a little more neutral. And then you can push from there. Okay. The white strands are also like probably too white. Okay, so I'm gonna just like sort of bring this together a little bit. And then take the time to really get that base layer down good, so that then you can then build back up, right? So you can see now, like this is like now with a starting point of like here, okay? Right, I've sort of brought everything back together. Now I can come up from here into these like lighter colors and start to build out the volume, right? I'm gonna build this out in like the texturing, right? I think it's very easy to like overdo it, especially with like white or gray hair, right? You can really easily like, this is way too black for gray hair, right? The color I selected here. Okay, so I start to build up some of this light. Right? You did a nice job on the owl in terms of like not overdoing this. So build up, build up, build up, build up. right? And I'm focusing more on volume so you can see there's more light in the center, which you did with the white, but you kind of jumped. You did like too many jumps, okay? Then I can push more. Now I can push up to like close to an actual white, you know, that like the owl is. And then I can focus where like the highlight spots would be, okay? Right, so don't like overdo it, right? Don't overdo the contrast. Like here, the shadows of the cheeks, they're too dark. Like this is a good shadow color, right? Like use this. You've got a shadow color right here. This is, again, I'm reminded of like, did you base coat all the skin in a shadow tone first? You know? Like, did you just get the colors down that you needed to get down on the skin before like just putting on lights, you know? Like these blacks, they're too black. Okay? Makes sense? That's clear. So we build up. We got to determine the like ambient lighting situation so that we can then build up the light from there, you know? Okay. Well, knowing where to reduce sometimes can help a lot. All right. The purple is pretty cool. I feel like I would need to see it from another angle, like from below or something to really tell you. Like, it looks pretty good from here. I don't quite understand what's going on with the green. I'm guessing there's some green like from the book or something. Right? Yeah. Okay. It works, but it's a lot. Like this is pretty nice. But sometimes there's like, it's just too much going on, right? Like for me, the green kind of stands out alone as like the color that's sort of outside, right? Even these bottles, like I would maybe think about simplifying. Because right now I think you have this really nice, like, kind of neutral yellowy, sort of these like golden browny yellows, and then a nice purple, like complementary color scheme, right? So it's like this sort of goldenrod color and like purple complementary scheme, right? And then you can play around. You're playing around with other tones in there. But then the green, even this, like this is yellow, right? See? It's not green, it's yellow, right? But then you have this like super punchy green, like actual green, and that leads to a little bit, yeah, it's like, you're falling outside the sort of color gamut. So I would simplify, okay? I don't know if it's really adding anything other than putting a weird green spot like in the middle of the scene. Okay. Outside of that, there's just cleanup stuff, right? Like just being a little more refined. I like the wood. The wood is really cool. But even here, like some of the line work could be a little cleaner, like around, just to give, you know? Like separating these elements. We talked about fur on the or the feathers on the vampire earlier. Make sure you get that center ridge. That's actually the most important part. And then try and like simplify these. Okay. Yeah, the hat's cool, but there is some, yeah, there's some elements that, like, some of the stitching and stuff looks like it could be a little cleaner. And yeah, I like the owl a lot. The owl's really nice. Okay. Does that stuff make sense? I know I didn't sit here and draw on everything, but I think I pointed out some things to work on. Because this hair, the thing I talked about with the hair, that applies to like the skin, it applies to other parts as well, right? Okay, so make sure things are like nice and defined, and then, yeah, I would simplify with the colors. Like even the book here, I would consider making this like a nice deep, like reddish brown, like maybe something in like the magenta-y sort of colors. So instead of like green, you could do some sort of like red leather bound book like this. That's like a nice, like magenta-y sort of color, right? And then the pages are more yellow. Might work better in the color scheme. But it's cool, man. All right. Nope, no, that's not where I want to go. Steve. Hey Eric, would like some feedback to help push my painting a little further. Really tried to focus on general ambience in my volumes. Also tried texturing and a bit of cast shadows for the first time. He's intended to be on a snowy base at night, but I think I lost the effect. Staff horns and the magic effect not finished yet. So much. So much going on. Oh my god, I'm gonna sit here and... Right, you guys ready for another pet peeve? Ready for some more Eric pet peeves? By the way, this looks great. It's going really nice. The armor and stuff is looking good. I think we could work on the steel a little bit. This drives me nuts. Here. I hate this and this. I am totally pulled out of like the contrast of these two materials really drives me insane, right? Because they're so different stylistically. One is like very natural, and this is very natural and realistic. And this is super stylized. Okay? Even if they're different furs, right? Like one's a fur, one's not. Okay? Right? Like, or one's a fur of like a bear pelt and one's like a horse, I don't know, whatever other kind of fur, right? Like they're different, but the sculpting style and the rendering style of them cause them to look so different that this now doesn't fit in with the rest of the figure, in my opinion. So, all's that's to say is that because you're not going to sit here and resculpt the fur, I would change this. I would change this to a fabric, you know? Sorry to tell you after doing all this work, but I don't think that it works, and I would simplify and just change this to a fabric because I don't think it plays with the sculpting style of the upper fur areas. I know. I'm a horrible person, but I think it will make the figure better overall, like stylistically speaking, if these two, like, if you don't do this, right? If you just treat this as like some kind of cloth, whatever color it might be, right? I think you'll get a better, more cohesive result in the end. Like just simplifying this down to whatever, right? I'm not saying use like this exact color, but treating this more as like a fabric material, I think would make more sense. You can go darker or whatever. We can go like a more black or something. Is this for Golden Demon, Steve? No, just for fun? Okay. Then I'm not going to say get rid of the cast shadows. I'm not even going to say repaint this. I'm just saying, like, this for me, this doesn't... I think this, in the end, fits the style better, right? It's just a little too much noise down here. Okay, because the next thing I was going to say was they won't understand this. But this will help Golden Demon people also. They're not going to get this. Like, they're going to be like, what the heck is going on? He just didn't paint underneath the horns here. What is he doing? Right? So what I would do is I would actually, even still, I would come in and I would, like, come up with it a little bit and try and give, like, even in cast shadow, you still tend to get some, like, you do get some detail. So what I would do is I would try and get a little bit of detail in here. And then the next thing is I would actually reduce some of the texture. So what I would come in and grab a sort of middle value like this, where you get really close to the lights, and I would, oh, I need to go brighter, something like this. And I would reduce some of the, like, shadow towards the lighter areas of the cape. And I'll show you just, like, generally increasing the light here. So if we just pop up the light a little more up top, right? So similar to like right, so we can actually knock down the shadows a little bit, and we'll get a more spherical sort of shape for the fur overall by reducing the shadows in between. Okay? So you should be able to see the difference between these two, right? But this looks more volumetric. It has more shape to it. Okay, by actually knocking down the shadow up at the top versus the before, where it's like all sort of treated. Oh, the shadow, the lights maybe don't go all the way down to the bottom, but the shadows go all the way to the top. We're gonna do the inverse, right? We're gonna actually reduce the shadows at the top and have a bit deeper shadows at the bottom. This is again because of this, like the fact that fur is like, it's not a solid material, so the light is able to like pass through the hairs and get in more into the shadow areas of the upper sections of the fur, and the result is a more volumetric shape. Okay, this is cool. All right, on the sword here, what I would recommend on the sword is just generally increase the light on one half of the blade more. You'll get a nicer result as opposed to before, where there was like these sort of dark grays. Like, increase that light, it'll make we want to first get the bevel, right? So we want to get the bevel shape, and then we can start creating the the more nuances inside of it. But getting the bevel first is really important. Okay. I love the armor, dude. That, like, the helmet and stuff kicks ass. Like, this looks really good. This is super nice. The helmet looks awesome. The teeth and stuff look great. Even some of this is going pretty nice. I think there's maybe some parts you could hit like a little bit just to, like, you know, add a little something to a couple spots to make it a little more exciting, right? Add a few more shines on some of these, right? But this looks really good, and then this needs the same deal, right? Where a couple of these make the spear tip a little more interesting. And then yeah, I would punch up just the white on the fabric here, maybe a little bit. Depending on the shape, I'd have to see him from the side to see like what his legs are doing, how I would kind of handle that fabric, but it's very nice. Now you got to paint the horns and do the base. Is that helpful? I hope that answered some questions, doubts, whatever. Okay. All right. So do add a little bit of detail into the, not that much, but do add a little detail into the cast shadow areas. Okay. All right. I'm going to take another quick break. I'll be right back, and we will keep going. I'm going to try and get through them all. I don't have anything to do tonight, so I will go further. But I need a break, so BRB. Hi, Eric. During the break, I wanted to say thanks for the Skaven Plague Priest critique. Couldn't be online at the start. Caught up now. Oh, brass versus iron. Yeah, I would do iron. Metal. Iron. Metal. I would go with iron, I think. All right, where are we at? We were at Steve. Mark. Hi, Eric. Grateful for any general feedback on this one. I haven't quite worked out what to do with the base yet. Grom. Dude, check out this definitely not Gramash Hellscream. Where's this from? This is cool. And pretty well, like, quite nicely painted, actually. Well, actually, it is quite nice. Yeah, this is dope. Face looks like really nice. Skin is really well rendered. The volumes and stuff are really well done. What to do on the base? I think you keep it pretty simple, honestly. Maybe I would do like the Duratar kind of base, like some sort of like orange sandy rock kind of thing, like that dusty kind of rock base. What to say? These are the kind of, like, this is now reaching the point where these are sort of ones that I might want to see in hand in order to really give a quality critique. I think you could simplify some areas. Like, some of the parts of the axe, I think, are maybe a little overdone. So, like, here on the, let's set this to, like, a multiply, yeah? Just to darken this down. So you take and like like reduce this a little bit so we get more focus on the edge, you know? It's like putting a little too much detail into the flat section, which is not super interesting. And then I think we could up the shines a little bit here. Like this is pretty good, but I think you could maybe up the shine just a touch. So we get something a little more exaggerated. I think the consistency and placement is quite nice. There's some spots here that I think you could probably push these a little bit more. On the chains down here, I think we could probably give these like a little bit more love, like come in and take a lighter color and just like hit a few little areas to pop some of the like spikes of the chain out. I think the chains down here are like a little better, right? But even still, like maybe, you know, just like take a couple of spots and just push that contrast just a touch higher on these. Not by too much, but you know, just a little bit, you know? Those little dots here and there can help a lot to give that shininess and show some of those chains a little bit more. I'm gonna turn this on and off so you can see the difference, right? Like it just gives a little bit more definition here and there. It's not a lot. It's just a dot, you know? It's like a dot here, right? Boots, good. I think there is the one problem area I am kind of seeing here is that like, yeah, this is a little bit rough. So what we can do here is like take a sort of like brownish ink, something like this, and maybe try and create a little more color definition in some of the, it's not right, here we go, this will work. All right, so we could do something like this and try and like separate some leather materials here to like make it a little more clear what we're looking at on kind of the gauntlet, right, where you have these like two materials sort of stacked on top of each other, so we can play around with like trying to make it more clear that they're two different materials. So using like the browns that you kind of used down here in the boots up in there. Same with like this guy, right? Like, that's not the color I wanted. And like come back and glaze just a little bit of a color in here, so we're not blending these together so much, because otherwise like this and the iron of this start to be kind of become the same thing. I do not know, Cooper. Coopsy. I don't know where this is from, but it is cool. I like it quite a bit. The sculpt of it is quite nice. All right, so you can create a little more separation there between elements, and like these are supposed to be stitches or something, so we can come in and try and define those a little more. Whatever it's supposed, I don't know. It's so small, it's hard for me to see, but I think it's supposed to be stitching, so just like creating a slight difference between the materials will help the readability of that a little bit further. The face is awesome. I don't really have anything to say. The hair, we could maybe push the hair a little bit more on top. You know, just a touch. I'm good. How are you? And yeah. Sick. This is sick. Really cool. Any other big points of feedback? I don't think so. I think that's sort of the things I'm seeing, and then you just got to figure out what you want to do with the base. But in terms of like generally where it's at, I think you've done a good job. Great job. Yeah, don't be afraid to like push some of this stuff a little bit more, you know? Like define some of these edges just a touch. Buen trabajo. Muy bien. So like something, yeah, you know, like somewhere like here, like we can simplify this shape a little bit by doing something like that, and it might make that shape just a little. This is like a super small change, right? It's like by making that more simple, we make that shape a little more readable, like that bevel, right? It's like that bevel there or whatever is in like the perfect position to catch some light on it, and thus it creates a really just like the whole plane catches some light, and then you can push like the corner of it like a little bit more or something, you know? You guys see the difference there? Like what that does to the metal? Small. It's a subtle thing, but it can add quite a bit. So, cool job. Very nice. All right, Scott. This dude is going to be the boss of my kill team. The Hernken Jaegers. So Wally is destined for the table. I did try my country best on him. Fire away any feedback, please. Okay. Looks pretty good for tabletop for me. Let me take it in for a second. Let me just look at him for a second. I think there's only a few things that are kind of standing out to me here. I think there's a couple areas where we could push definition a little bit more. One of the things I'm seeing is sort of some areas on the gun here, like his hand is getting kind of lost, right? This hand not so much, but the other one is. And then there's some like little detail-y stuff that I think if you pop it out a little bit more, it's going to help some of these elements stand out a little better. So like these buckles, right? It's like catching that shine on there. Oh, did I put it on? No, let me put it on a new layer. But like catching some of the shine on these, right? So that they really like stand out against it. Same with like some of the cylinder on the gun here, right? There's some definitely some areas where we can like push the definition a little bit more on some of these edges that are going to make some of this stuff a little more clear. Who's that? Giono Giovanni. Hello, thanks for following. Welcome. Right, so don't be afraid to like really catch some of the edges on this stuff. Particularly on the gun, this is important. Like even here, like this, right? So look at this. You want to like get that curve shape there, right? This little inside curve does a lot to inform what is the shape that is happening here. That those grooves and the like finger grooves in the pump there, right? Like extend this down some. The rail here, like you can catch light on that. You catch light on this. You did it a bit here, but like even still, like you can do it just a little bit more. Like the end of this thing, right? Really get like the shine on the cylinder itself. Okay. Like catching these edges can do a lot. All right. So you should be able to see now like the gun before and after. Like the gun looks pretty good, but some of the details on the gun get a little lost. And now you should be able to see like some of the details a little better, right? And then like the gloves. What would I do to the gloves? I think the gloves here, like what I would do is you have this kind of purple gray. I would actually play with this purple gray a little bit, and like because this is so normal gray, like maybe push this like slightly lavender purple gray a little bit further to distinguish the fingers here like a little bit more. Okay? If he's even wearing, I think he's actually supposed to be wearing fingerless gloves, dude. Which I think might help. Because I think his thumbnails are sculpted. So I would paint the fingerless gloves. Based on this line right here that's separating that, I think they're supposed to be wearing fingerless gloves. Weird. I find it funny when they do stuff like that. When they goof on the box art a little bit. So I think that'll make that also more readable. The cloak is the cloak is good, or the trench coat is good, but here is one of those areas where you can push that light a little bit more in general in order to like make this shape more readable, right? So it's like we push this and then we want to come in and get like this line here. Nice, so that you can see that. Right, and this should kind of come all the way down. That's going to make that shape more readable. Same thing here, to grab this sort of color and like extend this down so you can read that lapel, that edge of that lapel. All right. And then we'll grab some of this color and just like push this shape a little bit further out like this. So you get this thin line, right? And we can create that kind of shape a little bit more. And now you should have a more clear, like rounded, or that more clear like plane, because this is not like, it's not just this, it's like this, right? So it's like we're painting one side of it a little brighter than the other one. And then you want to get that line nice, and this always seems to be the tough one, but it's like getting that super thin line in there. The way I do this stuff is I would paint the black line, and then I would come back with this like tan or whatever, and like really just get it close as possible to that inside edge, and then some sort of khaki like this, and clean that up. And get that really sharp, that super sharp line. But yeah, the knife is cool. The base looks good. You could do something like this where you come in. I'd have to look at, maybe you did it on the back side, but even then, like doing some sort of bevel on the knife blade can definitely help, even if it's just not like as bright as the other parts, right? So maybe it's like reflecting the ground or something like that, and you can kind of get that hard bevel on the knife there. And then same deal here. Take this color and really like try and get these lines like as close to as possible to the edge of this, so it's like there's light like coming out, like light fur coming out right underneath the lip of the lapel there, and it creates that sharper edge and more defined between the two, you know? It's basically just pushing some of the definition at this point, because I think actually like the color scheme and stuff is really nice, and I think the volumes and stuff are rendered pretty well, but it's like where can we push that definition just a little bit more, especially when you're talking about some gaming figures, like sometimes the subtlety of things, like you guys know Richard Gray? I assume you guys know who Richard Gray is, right? You've probably seen his pictures online and you're like, wow, and they're incredible. They look awesome. So Kasparov, thanks for the tier 1. But you know of his work, right? So Richard's work, I think, tends to actually not look as good in the cabinet at Golden Demon. Like some of the light blows it out, and it can be kind of hard to see some of the nuance, right? But seeing his work, like I was able to like hold his work after the show and see it in hand, and some of the like the detail and nuance of it is so subtle, right? That's like you kind of can't see it from 3 feet away. You need to look at it like from 3 inches, right? Or 6 inches from your face. When you're talking about gaming figures, sometimes you have to kind of overdo it a little bit. Like maybe sometimes the line thickness can be a little thicker, right? In order so that it's more readable from 3 or feet away or whatever, right? The 3 foot rule, which is a goofy rule, but it's kind of the same idea. Like if we go back and look at the Gundam that I was working on stream, right, on Wednesday, right? If you look at this guy from here, you could see the black lines that like create that anime style, right? Like we do the manga look to him, you know? But then if I do something like, if I go like this, right? Those black lines on his shin and on his knee, like they're gone, you know? They're so thin that like you kind of can't see it from this far away. Or if we go like this, right? Like, goodbye, black lines. Right, so it's the same sort of concept here. Like sometimes you have to be slightly heavier handed for tabletop in order to make it work better on the table, you know? Cool? All right. Sophie. Did we do Sophie earlier? She left a message. I'm pretty sure we got to... Yeah, we did. Okay. Yeah, Sophie, we did. Spielbo Baggins. I don't think you have lots more to do. Just a bit here and there. Spellbow. This is just a general tip for you guys. I think this can be cool to do these backgrounds for like photography, for displaying it, like, but for review purposes, I personally prefer like a neutral background. Even like, I don't like black backgrounds that much for reviewing models. I would often prefer to have just like a kind of neutral gray background, because it can be a little difficult in order to see like some of the levels of contrast and stuff. I also think this picture is a little blown out, but pretty cool. All right. Tip number uno, paint your dang grass. You got to paint that grass. You got an airbrush? Is Bilbo here? Or did he head out already? I think he was here earlier, right? Paint your grass. Use a little airbrush, filter some color through it, and add some shadows to your flocking. It is very easy with inks. And then you might have to come back and add some highlights back to the rocks and stuff, but you can create some nice shadow work on your bases with the airbrush. I'll show you. Let's look. All right, we're gonna take the airbrush. Bam. Then we're gonna grab like a dark green black, right? Something like this. Okay, so we use like some kind of ink. In fact, we could even use like a warm like ink like this, like a sepia ink or something, you know. And then we come in, and if we spray from below, we can start to create some shadow work onto the flock and give a little more volume to this stuff. Right? That was a little too much. You have to be careful with this. You need to do it subtly, right? But we can start to create some shadows here. And what this will do is it will also help to create more focus, because these white flowers, right, are going to draw so much attention, because I promise they will be more white than what you have painted on the figure, right? It's the same problem I have with snow, right? So now when we look at it, right, it's like we've created some shape down here and also pushed more focus upwards. Okay, I can turn that down. Maybe it's not that intense. Maybe it's like, it's only like here, right? But this little difference can go a long way. We paint everything else. You gotta paint the flock too. All right. Other things. I like the emoji, by the way. Very funny. Her hair. What color is it supposed to be? If it's supposed to be gray, then okay. But if it's supposed to be black, like you did the ravens, right? So if her hair is supposed to be raven black, it's the same principle of painting those guys. So we need to darken this down. We talked about the black armor, the black lacquer armor earlier in the stream. It's the same principle applies. Like, we need more actual black. Okay. Some of these highlights are too much. Also with hair, the highlights tend to be more forward, not on top. Not how hair works. Hey guys, what kind of highlights does hair have? Does anyone know? Does anyone remember? Does anyone remember the word? Oh, snap. That was close, Sam. Flapjack got it. Anistropic. Nice. Someone remembered. I'm so proud. I'm so proud of you guys. I didn't know have some Nightbot gun, man. It's funny. So, right, so if we're going for black hair, we can create black using gray, but you have to like tone it down and make those shines smaller, right? So this looks like gray hair, this looks like black hair. I don't know what you were going for, but if she's a raven type person, I would go with black. I also think you could push some of the feathers a little bit more. Raven feathers are also interesting because raven feathers tend to color shift. So what I would do to the feathers is you want to start to use a bit of these greenish tones for the highlights, right? So if we pick out some feathers, raven feathers tend to get, raven feathers are like oil spills. They are, what is the word I'm looking for? Oh, geez. Now I can't think of a word. Iridescent. So raven feathers are a bit iridescent. They tend to shift actually from a purple to a more teal color. So I think you can push this teal, like these sorts of teal color, a little bit on some of the feathers in order to create a little bit more interest and focus here. Right? And then even like actually grabbing some purple and trying to use a little bit more of this purple tone to maybe darken some of these down a little bit more, right? You can do this with the airbrush too if you want. If you're feeling ballsy, you can use the airbrush to like use a purple ink in order to filter some more shadows on top of the feathers. Anisotropic. Anisotropic. Isotropy and anisotropy. Yeah, it's a weird thing. But basically it's the like why a record looks the way it does and why watch faces and machine milling anisotropic. I say it wrong. I say anisotropic, but it's anisotropic. Weird stuff. Light's weird, y'all. So yeah, I would push the light in here a little bit more, give some more rounded shape to this stuff, and then you can come in with even like something like this, and like on some of these lower feathers, like create some more of this like purpley sort of tone like this, right? And we create iridescence is weird. Also, it's really dependent on like the viewing angle and how light hits it and stuff, so. But raven feathers do the same thing. Okay. The skin, I don't have much to say. I think it's pretty good. The leather is okay. You might want to hit that with like some color also, just to give it a little more depth. The boots could use a little more definition, but overall I think it is looking pretty cool. All right. Very good. How do we feel about the changes? More shadows, more lights, right? More shadows, more lights. All right. Whoa, now we're jumping. Cash Bro, you really submitting it? 10:47? You've submitted 10 minutes ago? Come on, dude. We got like 12 more. You could get in line for next week. All right, Rude. Hi, Eric. This is the first mini painted and based for competition. Goal is SMC at standard level. Any feedback is appreciated to improve the mini and or base. The NMM on the gun and leather on the crude aren't finished. This feels really blown out to me. Let's see. So this is definitely a case of where I think like this is one of those times where you need to start playing around with a mix of saturation and desaturation, right? Because this is it's just like everything is so like just took a bunch, just color, just as bright as possible and just went, right? So we can create contrast through different ways, you know? And one of those ways is through the play, like the interplay of saturated versus desaturated colors. All right. There's just like, in my opinion, there's just too much going on here. Like even the yellow, so like you're trying to do this yellow thing on his beak, right? Or like the lower jaw. But like instead of this, like instead of like this super intense yellow, what if we like went with something more along the lines of like this, you know? Where we get this more gradual change to the yellow. So we create like a color variation towards yellow, but it's not like so in your face, like automatic shift to gold, right? Like this is same thing down here, right? It's like it's too much. Like this, you got this super bright yellow, you got the like bright yellow of the golds, right? So you end up, I'm just gonna set this as like a color layer, right? So we need to simplify the color palette also by color shifting things down. Even here it's like this like red, like it's so much. We can really like soften that transition, so it's like a change from from green to red, you know. Because what happens is I can't, if everything, okay, if everything is screaming for attention at all times, and you've got a lot of stuff screaming for attention, right? Like let's, before we even turn this on, like, what's the number one thing you guys, what's the first thing you see on this model? Anybody? Just green. Plant. Yeah. Plant. Right on the chest. Nobody said the gun. The, like, red gun. The big plant. This is, for me, this is, like, yeah, definitely one of the first things. Right? So, what, the gun, yeah. No one said the Crute. No one said this guy. Right? Who should be, like, it should be this and him. So everything, like, because everything is screaming for attention, nothing gets attention. Right? It's just like, oh, where do I look? Everywhere. Right? But not the areas like I really want you to look, you know? So my point is we need to like tone some stuff down in order to make it more appealing in general, right? So that we can get more interest where we want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a color. All this is going to do is reduce the color on the base, right? You're not saturated. What are you doing? Why isn't that working? Hey? There it goes. Right? So I'm going to like pull some of the color out here. And then I'm going to do the same thing we did before. Maybe this time I'm going to use like a dark greenish tone. Okay. Now, hopefully, some more of the, like, parts that we want you to look at are, like, the more interesting parts, okay? So it's definitely not the big plant anymore. Right? I mean, the big plant is still the big plant, but... Right, but we have to create some kind of that like interest, right, where we want people to look, okay? So between that and this, right, of reducing here, and then we create, you know, more variation that we want to build the focus to where we want, all right? We can also do that through a couple other ways. Instead of using like this super mint green, we can play around with like more colors like this. Okay, so instead of that, we create these, like we use some more saturated colors like on his head, right? So instead of highlighting with white, I can highlight with like a more lime greeny color. Okay. And that's gonna like again push, because the saturation is higher, it's gonna help draw more attention to where I want, and then if I need, I can then push some actual highlights. But right, so all of these little things are going to, right, so things like this, right, instead of white, we use something more saturated where we want to pull attention, you know? Now I think you should be looking at the two monsters, right? Or the Kroot and the Kroot Hound, or whatever the heck this thing's called. Krootox, maybe? The big gorilla looking one. I don't know Kroot models, sorry. But yeah, does this help draw focus? It's a crouton. It's just stale bread. Right? Anyways, ideas like that, right? Okay. The Bold Bear. Burn. With the Hound. I know he's Uther, but he looks like the Hound. Eric would appreciate comments. Do you have any way entering? Hoping to enter this into some shows next year. Okay. What do we think? It's not bad. I'm gonna give you guys a second. I want chat, a little more chat interaction. I want you guys thinking, right? I want you to like tell me, is there anything in particular that stands out to you or doesn't stand out to you as something we could improve? I don't mind the sword and the armor too much. It's like a little more realistic effect of steel, and it's the shape is very clear, so I don't mind the values around the eyes seem on. I could use some more focus on the eyes. I could use some more focus on the face in general. Is there anything else? Anything else that stands out to you? Roxanne, what's the problem here? Yeah. I'm asking you specifically. What's the problem with this? All right, what you guys think that these black lines are too thick or too thin? Remember, this is a bust. This thing is like this big. Yeah, I would say it's definitely too heavy. All right. So when you're dealing with something like this, like, let's switch back to the brush. Whoa, giant. Right, like. See the difference between that and this down here? And what's going on down here? So, my general thoughts on some of this stuff is just like, there is, like, you need to sharpen some of these parts up. This lining is like way too thick. Okay, what happened in here? It's weird. Now this is okay because we're doing like a shadow, right? You can do this is possible, by the way. You can have cast shadows on metal, right? So you can do a thicker shadow there, but you want to have, this is like too much here, right? So we want to thin this out some more, so it's going to look sharper, right? Like this is a mess. But then you can, if you're going to paint a cast shadow also, that cast shadow needs to be clean, right? Okay, now you got stuff like this, where you've got this bright reflection here, but then you have this other reflection here, and this, only one of these can be the brighter of the two, all right? And maybe it's in the center. So maybe it's like this. Okay, like this is, needs to be cleaned up. This stuff needs to be cleaned. Okay, the black lining and stuff is just too thick. Like, I don't understand what this really thick, if this is two armor plates meeting together, that line should be like really thin separating them. Okay, because you don't want big, not great for your armor to have big gaps in it, just saying. Okay, so thinning this stuff out will make it look sharper and more refined. Okay, then I think I'm gonna assume, I don't need to assume, I can just tell, like, that this was painted based on Pisarski's. Okay, like I can tell by the colors and the reflection placement that this is painted to mimic Mihawk's figure. And I think you did a pretty good job, but I think you're also missing now some blacks, like in certain areas where, like, things like this, if you want to like really push the contrast on certain elements, like, you have to really go for it in other parts, right? Like, this is pretty good in here where you have this like nice dark black. Okay, but like, you're not using black here, so it's like, if this is going to be like a dark shadow, like, let it be a dark shadow. But you don't want you don't want this like super dark shadow here, because that's not where you're not going to get one there. You're going to get light in here, right? Okay, so it's knowing where to place this stuff, all right? And where to go thin and where to go thick, or where to go heavy, and then to make a refined shape overall. Okay, makes sense. Then you need more of these like yellowish colors, right? So this shine, right? You have this yellowish shine on the edge. Okay, it's really orangish. That should be here, right? That should be here. This main reflection is getting this like orange shine on it, so you need to make sure to include that. Okay. All right. Now, the actual problem, the face. Okay. Because honestly, yeah, the metallic is pretty nice. It could be better, like just more time and more refinement and stuff. The face, however, again has this issue of like, it lacks shape, right? So we don't have clearly defined plane. This is what happens when you try and smooth everything too much, okay? The face begins to lose its shape. We want to make sure that the form is clear, all right? That the forehead is a plane, right? Like, the head is not a perfect egg shape. It has planes to it, right? You have planes to the cheekbones. You have planes to the jaw line, right? The chin. The nose has planes. This is pretty good. Then what we need is some proper shadows. Okay, so you get these sort of darker colors. And then you have shadows under the nose. You have shadow in here, you have shadow in here. Okay, this is a little harder because of the beard, but like, this is too light. And then this is probably too dark. So we need something more like this to create the side plane of the head. All right, so shape, shape, shape. You want shape. Then you come back and you add highlights. All right, I'm not going to do this again, but then you create highlights, and highlights, right, these specular lights are what create micro volumes. So things like the wrinkles, all right? I'm not even that bright right here. I can push it significantly more, right? So these are what create the little micro volumes and stuff. And then we can play around with that. Fix this eye. Okay, does the face have more focus now? The forehead is broader. Right? See how the forehead is broader? Does the shape of the face feel more clear now? Dude, Sam, sometimes I feel like, I definitely feel like I'm just repeating my, like, on loop sometimes. I'm just like, oh, this stuff, right? Like, do this thing. I think sometimes there were people required to see it on their own figures, but yeah, I definitely get that feeling sometimes that I'm just like, I'm just saying the same things. All right. You see that? Can we see the difference? All right. Face shapes. All right. Good. Yes, it was the big. It was the big focus of the Saturday workshop. Hello, Eric. I'm looking for feedback on how to push to the next level. I was attempting to make the dress look like satin silk. The skin is supposed to be pale blue dead flesh. Overall, I was trying to experiment with an analogous color scheme. Wait, what? An analogous color scheme working from red, violet, around to green. That's way too many colors for analogous. Because you're literally, like, red and green are on opposites, so you're not a pie wedge at that point. You're a full semicircle. I added the desaturated blue backdrop to help offset the vibrancy of the dress and enhance the gothic feel, but I'm not sure it adds anything to the piece. Thanks for the feedback. This is a lot. Mystic Gnome coming in here with a watermark. What a self-promotion. Zoom in like that. Yeah, this is, it's too much. It is. This has a bit of the same problem as the what's it called? The and then you're saying analogous. You also have yellow, so right. So gold is not analogous if you have gold. Also, now you just got it. You got every color: blue, yellow, gold, pink, red, green. Right. So we need to like yeah, cut some of this out, all right? Analogous would be like if I took the whole image. Okay, can we duplicate the layer? How do I do that? Oh, do I swipe? There we go. Duplicate. Okay. So let's play with the color balance, all right? So we're gonna shift the shadows blue, like this purpley kind of color. Jesus, it's and then we're gonna shift the highlights, maybe more cyanish. Maybe the mid-tone. Yeah, dude, like. Also, did you like. Yeah, that's better. Sorry, my brain is like. What? Did you like crank the saturation on your camera or something? Because I feel like it's like really poppy, like a little too much. Okay, so what I would do is I think in general the whole thing could come down a little bit, you know? Also, it feels like way too bright, like I'm... Geez. I don't know what of this is like. Yeah, the whites are like peaking like crazy. So we need to tone this down just a little bit. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we can play around with like, you know, creating other shadows, and then I don't like the floor at all. So I would like I would paint the floor just like a white marble or something, you know? So it would be like okay. So you can see like immediately taking the green out, like instantly like changes the mood, like the feeling of the scene, right? Like this is like way too much. And now the gold sort of acts as like an accent color to the purple, right? And then we can play around more with this. Color balance. Right? This thing is struggling. Okay, so if we want to shift the lights slightly more bluish. And the shadows more like purpley, right? Now the whole figure feels a little more analogous, right? Analogous. Can you guys see that? Like what this is doing to the figure? Like look at the difference between this and this. Right, there's still a difference there, and we can reduce this a little bit, I guess, so that some of that more red shows through. But one of them is like analogous and the other is not. Like this is not analogous. This has like an overall feeling. And then silk. So silk is shiny. So silk, you can even see it in your own photo here because the paint is slightly glossy. That when you're doing something like this, the silk will shine in the valleys also because it's anywhere where those specular highlights will hit. Okay? So you have to paint not just the raised parts, but also sometimes you have to highlight the valleys in order to create that silk look. Okay? Can you see the? You should be able to see the difference already between like what it was a second ago, and they should go in front, right? Not on the raised edge. Okay, so it's like the difference between this and this. Yes, it faces, well, not, yeah, basically, like, specular is, like, the angle of reflection is equal to the angle of incidence, so you need to think about the plane, the orientation of the plane, right? Danger edges, but cloth. Yeah, right, math, exactly. Or just, use the water trick like I've talked about before and just see, and then just see where they are. Okay. What are we doing on time? All right. I mean, I'll keep going. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours, but I'm going to take another break and I will be right back. You guys are putting me through the ringer today. All right, here we go. I'll be right back. Can we take a second? I saw this while I was outside. I just want to look at this for a second. I just want other people to look at this. Oh, this is sick, dude. So I assume this was from I think this was from the Tacoma workshop. So he took my OSL class at the US Open in Tacoma. And this is killer. Nailed the assignment. Really good. Very good. Super convincing. Really well done. Nice secondary light from the back. Super convincing OSL from the front. Mwah. Muy bien. All right, now we can get back to Feedback Friday. I just wanted to point that out and go. All right, let's look at this Lamartie's. Hey Eric, first time doing black armor and OSL, so this model has been a bit of a struggle for me. It's still a work in progress, and most of the back hasn't been done yet, but I'd love to hear some feedback. Oh, jeez, are we talking about more OSL this today? It's the theme of the week. I think it's pretty good, actually. I think this OSL is pretty nice. Honestly, in general, I think this piece is quite strong. Nice thin lines. Nice variation, not always using dark lines with the scratches. Some of them are a little heavy, but you know, a mix of just white lines and the heavier like gouges, you know. What do you guys think? I think it. I mean, geez, I don't know how much I have to say. If I put this on the table, I would be very happy. I assume this is probably going into Golden Demon or something, or trying. This is one I feel like I need to see the base too. There's a couple little weird parts, because if this is the main view for me, there's a few areas with the non-metallics that are a little odd. Like some of the highlight placements I feel are a little off. Like like this is here and this is here. But so it's like there's one that's like the lights this way and one that's like the lights this way. Okay? And like this being right here is also a little strange for me. So what I would do is I would shift this a little more central. So that they line up better together. The neck OSL, should it go into the shoulders and stuff? It's weird because it's like it's supposed to be like coming from like in the neck, so it's like, would it escape out into the shoulders? Maybe. Like it would probably reflect like a little bit in some of the metal like back here, right? You would probably get like a little bit of this red like maybe reflecting like on some of these elements. And you might get like some reflecting like on the inside of the shoulder, but it's hard to see. So like, yeah, you might get just like a touch right here on like the inside of the shoulder. You know what I'm talking about? But it wouldn't be very much, if any at all. Like you could do something like this where you get like a little bit of this coming up out of the vents here, you know. But I also don't think you want to go too overboard because it can be too much. This highlight I don't like. It's weird. I would shift it more centralized, so it's like more kind of in the middle here. Yeah, I think the thing that's weirding me out most, right, is that your highlight placement seems to just kind of be willy-nilly, right? So it's like here, right, and you had it here, and then this one was correct, and then this one's correct, but then this one is like more here, and then this here, like, so I think for me, you need to be a little more consistent with placement, right? So it's like if you're going to shift everything up and to the left some, like consistently placing that light up and to the left is important. And then like pushing this, you know, so it's like, why is this leg a little brighter than this one if this one's facing more towards the light? Well, baller, let's see it. Hit that top edge of that little line. And then like the feathers here, right? So that's like, this is also facing towards the light, so I could see like pushing these more, right? As you're coming around towards the like lighting angle that the tips of these feathers would be, or like the top plane of these feathers, because they're not really supposed to be metallic, they're supposed to be white. This is brighter, so here you could go a little bit more, just a touch more, right? And then even then, like, there's some spots on the like kind of skull where you could push the light just a little bit further. This is not done. This also isn't quite as shiny as it should be. Yeah, the gem's really nice. But here's another one, right? So it's like these are like the little things that kind of drive me nuts, where it's like the shine on the metallic. Where is it? The shine on the chest, the shine on the beads are all on what side? Top left, right? Not right, but top left is incorrect. They're all coming in slightly from this side. So what's wrong with the gem? You know? Hey, look. But did it correct here? And then that one's wrong. This is like, when I first look at this, I go like, dude, super cool. When I go, all right, let's get into, this guy's clearly good. Let's get into like super nitpick mode, you know? Like, really dig into it and say like, all right, what's off, what could be better, right? Where's the inconsistencies, what could we improve, right? This is when you start to see this stuff that's like, oop, you know what, little mistake here, little error there, we can correct some things, right? I often don't like, you know, doing, like, talking about a figure like this, because I think it can, sometimes it feels a little unnecessary. To like critique a figure to that level. But like, what's wrong with these? These are all top left. These are all top right. Oops. God, how could this guy sucks. This guy sucks. No, I'm kidding. But it's like the little ultra nitpicks like this, you know? Yeah, so it's just, you know, it's just correcting some of these things. This is good. Be better, okay? Just be better. I'm kidding, like with you. But yeah, these are little things that I would consider going back and correcting, you know? If you're trying to truly push it to that like extreme of like it's super done, right? Even the gold here, like let this come over a little bit, right? I would let that stretch around some. But in general, nah, I wouldn't touch the gun. I think it's good. I like it. I would actually, if I did anything to it, I would probably darken the vent holes here. Right? You got these like vents on top. I'd maybe try and darken those a little bit. Dr. Rhino, hello, welcome. We're just shredding this terrible model right now. We're just ripping it apart. Hi. Welcome, Raiders. This is who was this? This is DJ Oline. Joe Line. My shame is complete. Yeah. Just Garbo, dude. Get out of here. Just stop submitting, you know? Like, I can't help you. Zerg Psychotic. Thank you. Welcome for the thanks for the follow. Very cool. Paint some Gundam. That's sweet. All right, Sam. Got a fun one for you, Eric. Do you have any feedback on the Ecto one? This is definitely not my area of expertise, but I will take a look. I think it's cool. I think it needs more ground coverage. For the amount of junk growing on the car, I think you could have some more like foliage on the ground. Like, I think of this, of course, makes me think a little bit of like Roman's car that's like tilted down in the woods. And yeah, the thing that definitely stands out to me is the kind of lack of just general ground coverage for how much like moss and junk is growing all over. Lion Unit, hello, little French insomniac here. Your levels, generally speaking, on this channel. What? Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's also true. Thanks, Sleepy Lumps. See, good storytelling. Yeah, flat. Why aren't the tires flat? Are they? They don't look quite flat. They would probably be buried more than that too. Like the dirt would start to build up around the tires more. Like I would expect to see more dirt, like starting to bury the car deep as it like rains and stuff. The water that's going to turn to mud, and the car's going to like sink into the ground a little bit. Da, 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 da. I mean, honestly, like if there was one thing that I feel like we could do better, I feel like you could have some more like just kind of like streaky junk on the windows. Like, where's the bird poop? It needs more bird poop. Like, you did the nice streaking here. I feel like the windows could use some more also. But it needs more bird poopy on the windows, dude. Anything else? Like this all looks pretty good. This might be a little... I guess if it's sprayed, if it's black, that's not maybe going to rust as fast. Yeah. I mean, it's cool shit, man. I like it. But yeah, I think you could go a little heavier. I thought about cracks in the window, but depending on what they're made out of, that could be really difficult to like try and do like broken glass, you know? Like I think it would be cool to have like a crack in the windshield, like and then like put like a broken, like a tree branch like fell and shattered the windshield, or like there's like a tree branch like sticking out of the car, like a tree branch fell through the fell and broke through the window. But yeah. My recommendation to you, more ground scatter, so like more branches and limbs and stuff, and then it needs some bird poop. All right. Sorry I couldn't do more paint over. Let's look at the back real quick. Yeah, I mean, this looks good. It's very cool. Oh, this looks better over here. See, there's like more ground coverage over on this side. More like this. More of that. But even more ferns and stuff. Like ferns, if you see ferns, like they tend to grow like a lot. Like it's like they grow in like big patches together in the woods. So you get like, 20 or like 100 of them all together, like all in big clumps, right? So they feel a little too scattered at the moment. All right, Mirage builds. Lucas. Hey, Eric. Still working. Oh, here we go again. It's the theme of the day. Still a work in progress, but I'd like your opinion on what you think about this piece. I did not spend a lot of time yet defining the area where the OSL meets her, but I think that's going to be the toughest part. Thank you. Oh boy, some OSL. Yeah, that's a little rough. This is sharp. Look at that. That looks good. I like all the reflections on the dragon also. This is pretty cool. And yes, I'm you know what? I'm probably just going to switch to the other picture because I feel like that's where we need to focus. Right? I get 2 whole models without OSL soon. What a treat. Yeah. There's definitely a, how do I put this? There's a certain level of, like, gimmickiness to some OSL that I find, like, it's just like, oh, okay. Right? Like, I understand from a storytelling aspect, but there is times where I feel like people just want to include it because it's cool. And for me, it's really important that, like, it always, like, adds to the scene, you know? So what color is the glow? So the glow is like this kind of pinky tone. Okay. Light adds. So we need to make this glow, right? So her hand is going to be like magenta. And these shadow areas and these, you don't have to necessarily overdo this this, what's it called? Help me out here, guys. What's the word I'm thinking of? The Terminator, right? Sometimes people like really overdo the Terminator, and it's like you don't need that much, right? Sometimes when the 2 light sources meet, the Terminator is actually not that strong. If you're going to do it, you need to make it, right? Like you use this dark blue, okay? And you create the Terminator this way, right? And let that spread more. And then you take the bright magenta, you know. Let's put that on top. And then you build this out so it's like a soft, it's like a big glowy part, you know, because that his like body is right there, so that means like all this is gonna be like really intensely glowing. Then there's light that's gonna like bounce around in here. There's a lot of things that are gonna happen, like all the light like under his jaw from all this stuff lighting up. This should be like way more magenta-y. The light, if it's coming through his teeth like this, should be so intense that it begins to like glow in between the teeth, you know? Okay, so you have to push the light push. Right, something like that. So no lights. We turn on the lights. The glow. One of my favorite quotes. Don't half-ass something. Whole-ass something. All right. Well, push that lights. If you're gonna put the glow in, you got to do it. You know. All right. But I like the front. It's good. It's still not nearly saturated and stuff yet. Also, these teeth don't make sense. Look how I did the teeth on the other side. Okay. Black Cat. Hi, Eric. Can you give me some advice on painting the visor? This was my first real attempt at painting a reflection on the visor. Many thanks. Yes, I can. Is it supposed to be in the woods? It looks like it. It looks good to me. I get the reflection of the helmet in there. I think the only thing that it's kind of missing is like maybe a little more should be like down lower, right? It should be a little more like this sort of shape. So there's like more of the blue down here. Then we want that line like pretty sharp. So it's something maybe like this. And then we can grab like a little bit of light and like that light will kind of reflect, like the helmet will be lit up or something, you know, something like that. So we get something like that, and then we can also play around with like some of his body reflecting kind of down here, but just like really small, you know. Seems like we would want a little bit more grass also, so like just after him there would be like a little bit of grass, and then you might get some darker colors. So I would extend this sort of grass color up just a little bit, so it's something like this. And then I would push this a little bit more so we get this little bit of like glow in the middle as the light is coming in through the trees, you know. But I think it's yeah, you did a pretty good job with it, honestly. Like, looks cool to me. This might not be perfect. Which probably should be, I don't know. I'd have to see. Like, this is one of those things where it's like a try and draw it like in hand, because it's only gonna work like perfect from kind of one angle. But yeah, maybe something like that. Something along those lines. Put a little blue here and there and kind of make this a little more jagged. Just give, I don't know, maybe that's like his leg or something's reflecting here, and his body kind of reflects there. But yep. It's cool, man. I think you could use some more details, right? Like change color so you can actually see what I'm doing, right? Like this sort of stuff here could be more interesting. But nice job. Okay. Richard. This today, these are all today, right? Yes. I think this is going to be the last one. If you didn't submit before Friday, Jesus Christ. You guys are crazy, man. I'll try and do one next week before, because then the following week I'll be in oh, and my battery's running out on my pencils, so we have to make this the last one. I will try and do one the next Friday, probably in the earlier in the day, because then I won't be around for the following one because I'll be at Nova. And if you want feedback, you can get it in person there. Yeah. Okay, Richard, not bad. I feel like you... Jay, feel like you could simplify the shapes a little bit here. Okay, so like... Right, the forehead. We did this. This is good. This is good. The cheeks and stuff I think are quite nice. The nostrils not quite correct. Right, like the bottom of the nose should be more in shadow, the bottom of the jaw. This should round over a little more. But the general shape of the face I think is quite good, except the forehead. I don't think you quite got the like flat plane of the forehead right. Because if we turn this off, right, like where, if you think of like her forehead would, would really extend like up, right? And it's a shape like the skull, you know. We do it in a color that's not a skin tone. How about that? Right, if we were to draw the skull underneath, okay, and then you have the like brow ridge and the temple here, right? And then there's this little bone kind of here. This extends up, right? So if the highlight of the hair is here, right, the highlight of the forehead needs to be further up also, because really the brightest part of the forehead would be like in the same position sort of as the light, right? The light of the hair. And then it can kind of move down a little bit. But yeah, we need to shift that upwards in order to get that in the correct position. So yeah, move this light more up. We need to get more light sort of across the forehead here. Let it go into the hair a little bit so that when you go and paint the strands of the hair, that you can just go like over top of the light, right? Then you need to start introducing, now after this point, now you need to start introducing color variation and stuff, okay? Then you start like micro volumes and things like that. But it's important to think like if this is shadow and then you've got some shadow here, right? The jaw rounds, all right? I see people do this a lot. They don't quite get the jaw shape right. They bring the light down too far on the jawline, that actually like this shape should come down and under more, right? So you should have something more like this, okay? So this stuff's in shadow, and then you can take and like, we can grab this sort of color, start to add some light to it, and think like, all right, the light's gonna hit the sleeve and it's gonna bounce back up into the chin, right? So then you can start to play around with, just like we did with the little girl with the dog earlier by Rika, right? So now we can introduce some bounce lights like that, right? And you blend this out. This is under the jaw, right? It's like under here, Okay. And then talking about subsurface scattering earlier. So we need to start introducing some more reddish tones. Okay. Instead of like a dark brown, we introduce some of the reds. Probably underneath the nose should be darker too. Right? So you got to start introducing some color in here. Then you can start blending it, blend it out, blend it together. And then the highlights. Then we push the highlights, right? This is probably too gray on this one. Okay, makes sense. Then you got to do the same stuff for the arms and everything. So, this is going to be much brighter, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Right? I'm American. I say the same stuff. Okay. Then something like here, right? Now this is where you want some of that gray, right? So here you tone this down, right? So you get rid of some color there. Desaturate that part, because that part's like up, up higher, less blood circulation area, We're all here for blah 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 blah. Yep. All right, makes sense. Then give her some color, give her some color around the lips, right? Like, you got it. You know what to do. You learned this. Now do it. Execute. But don't forget the planes, all right? Questions? Anybody got any questions? I'm hitting stop on the YouTube recording. If YouTube can enjoy its 5-hour long Feedback Friday.